What's going on, everybody? What's happening? What's shaking? What's doing? What is going on? My name's Dave McRae, coming to you live from the Voice Band Studios in Toronto, Canada. Hang on a sec here. My microphone is a little low. Let me turn this up. I don't know why my microphone's a little low. There we go. What's happening? What's going on, folks? My name's Dave McRae. This is episode 291 of McRae Live. Happy Halloween! It is Thursday, October the 31st, 2024. It is 7:13 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is episode 291 of McRae Live. We are watching 3 movies tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Three movies. We're watching the original Halloween from 1978. We're watching the original Halloween 2. You kind of have to say that now. Halloween 2 from 1981. And we're watching Halloween 4 from 1988. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. The Loomis Trilogy, what I call the Loomis Trilogy. Halloween 2, Halloween 4 comes full circle, ends on this ominous dark note with the little girl standing at the top of the stairs with the clown costume, there's the scissors and the blood. It's amazing. We're going to watch it back to back to back tonight in celebration of Halloween 2024. However, for the first film, Halloween 1978, I am not going to be watching this movie alone. I am not going to be watching this movie alone. As a matter of fact, a very kind man from across the pond, Darren Sands, the Slaughtered Lamb Movie Podcast, has decided to join me and you tonight to watch Halloween 1, but just Halloween 1. Darren, thanks for doing this.
How are you doing? Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. It's good to see you too.
I'm just gonna add to that. I definitely am not watching all 3 of these films. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11:15 at night here, and I hope to be able to get up in the morning and find out that you've gone fuck it and you're on Halloween Resurrection somewhere. Do you know what I mean? You've gone all the way around the clock.
I am going from now until 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, my time. You'll be at work and you'll still see that I'm on. I'm finally getting to Halloween Ends is what's going to happen. I'll be sweating and pee and poop all over the place. I haven't moved. I haven't taken a break.
Well, what's nice about this is kind of, it's a sort of halfway point to what you kind of promised if you got so far on the Billy campaign. It's a kind of, a nice compromise.
It is. It's I had said that I was going to watch Halloween 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I think, was an option. But I decided to go halfway and give the peeps maybe what they desire, what they want. And we're going to watch Halloween 1, 2, and 4. And but these are pretty easy movies to get through. The stream is going to be about 4.5, 5 hours long. So we're going to go to midnight at least. Well, at least I am. You're not. Well, you will your time, but not my time. And and like I said, Halloween is a breeze to get through. Halloween 4 is a breeze to get through. I think it's 88 minutes or something like that. It's the middle of Halloween 2 when Mr. Garrett goes on his adventure.
It's the Garrett bit. That's pee time.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. That's pee and poop time. That's pee and poop time. Yeah,
and you'll come back and there's still another 3 minutes of that scene to go before he gets the hammer in the head.
That's exactly it. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy. So this should be a lot of fun. I think this will be a lot of fun, folks. I am watching the original Halloween off of Amazon Prime. I don't own any movies digitally. Darren, on the other hand, owns a lot of movies digitally. So you're watching it just because you own it. But we are both paused about 1 second before you hear the theme begin to play. So it's after the Trancas International. It's that black screen, and it's 1 second before you hear the, John Carpenter's theme begin to play, and then you see Compass International Pictures and all that. So it's just before that. So the theme hasn't begun yet. So we'll give you a couple seconds here to get lined up. Just, again, 1 second before you hear that theme, pause it there. I do have a timer, a timestamp on the screen today. I'm assuming it's going to go past an hour. At least I hope it does. Last time I had one on there, it reset after an hour. So I'm hoping this this does not do that. But we'll
have you
find out.
paid for this one?
No, this is free. It is free, but it says from what I was reading, it like should just keep going. So
it's going to start going backwards.
I hope not. I hope it's not going to go backwards. That would be awful. That'd be awful.
It'd be good to see in the chat a shout out to how many of you are actually going to run the film while we're doing this. It'd be good to know how many are, or you know, I mean, a lot of people just know it off the top of their head, don't they? So they don't need the movie up at all.
They don't.
But it'd be good to know how many people are actually going to watch along with us. Yeah,
I'd be very curious. That's a very good question. How many are going to be watching along with us, and how many are not because they just know they know the movie so well? Be very curious to see. Lots of what do we got? We got 132 in here already. That's great. Great for 7 o'clock Eastern. Should be, let me see here. Just waiting to see if anybody, there's a little of that delay. Bill Mowry says, I got my timestamp ready. Warren Armour, yes, I will watch along. Rob Thidoff, hey everyone, I will watch along. Steve Ross, I'm watching. Richie W, I will. Wow, Kyle, I'm watching along.
Stuff. Good stuff.
This is good. Looks like a lot of people are. Crystal Lee, I'm watching. Brandon Collins, I'm definitely watching them. I have two
TVs.
He's got 7 TVs. He's got 2 TVs in his living room, 1 in his bathroom, 1 everywhere he goes. He doesn't miss a thing. That's what it is.
Hey Jem, how are you doing?
There's
our lovely subscribers there in the chat.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, and Frank.
Hey, there he is. Frank the Tank Riker, ladies and gentlemen. Frank the Tank Riker. By the way,
Frank couldn't be with us. He's doing Halloween with his kids tonight. So shout out to Frank.
He is. He's
free. He's stood at a gate post now waiting for them to come back with his phone. I know it. He's watching this.
Is the big 500-foot Michael still in his front yard, or did it keel over?
No, he has to inflate it every day.
Oh, he's got to do it every day.
He's got to do it every day.
Every day.
But he said he was gonna because the motor, the blower that keeps it up makes a racket.
Oh, right.
So, but I think he said he was gonna leave it up over Halloween.
Okay, so it's not one of those things you just blow up and then you like you know, like an air mattress, you know, and you plug it and you just leave it there. Right.
But did you see somebody posted today? James Jude Courtney's got one outside his house.
Well, it is James Jude Courtney. He's looking. Yes. No, I didn't see that though. What?
Yeah, he posted a picture today of it outside his house.
Oh, very cool.
So yeah, he's got one as well.
He's in the spirit. Member
Absolutely.
chat from Nick Jenny, been a member for 5 months. Thanks, Nick. Says, super stoned and have to be up at 5 a.m., so I may not make it. That's all right. You got to do what you got to do, Nick. You got to do what you got to do. All right. Well, I guess we should get this underway. Let's do
it.
Let's do this. Okay, hang on a second here, folks. Let me just get the movie up. Okay, let me do that and do that. Just make sure I'm all set here. Let me just move this over here like that. Okay, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Guys, if you hear the music, if you can hear the film itself, let us know. We don't want Dave to get dinged.
No, you shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't be able to hear it. I mean, you might have heard a little bit of it just a few seconds ago because I had the volume up really loud in my headphones. John Carpenter's Halloween. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Everything today on my Instagram feed is just this. It's incredible, isn't it?
I bet. Let me just.
Did anybody see today Jamie Lee Curtis teasing us all?
Oh yes,
with the interview that she did with was it Entertainment Weekly or Entertainment Today or something like that? I don't know, But they asked her about whether she would return as Laurie Strode, and it was a phoner interview. And she turned around and she said, "Well, I've learned one thing in my life, and that's to say never." And slammed the phone. Well, didn't slam the phone down, but put the phone down on the interviewer.
Right.
And then she's reposted the article where they talk about the fact that she did that.
Right.
And drawn a red love heart around it.
I think this is foreshadowing that Curtis is going to be coming back to the franchise in some sort of manner, maybe as a voice in a video game or as something to do maybe with the television series. Or it's nothing and she's just looking for attention because it's Halloween.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, as Shamrock says there, look, don't, Jamie Lee, don't.
Yeah, exactly. Don't. It's over.
Mate, you could be right. It could be the video game where she's going to do a voiceover or, but what, I mean, this, so we've had what, 3 video games? There's 2 video games already, right? There's the platform one. There was
like the 16-bit video game.
Yeah, that's the platform one. Yeah. And then there's the Call of Duty expansion pack, so that's another one where he's kind of running around and you're shooting guns at him,
right?
And Art the Clown's in that as well, I think.
Oh yeah.
And then there's this other one which is a kind of like more immersive one, right? Like sort of.
I think so, and I think that's the one that Carpenter's supposed to be involved with in some sort of way. I don't know to what degree or what's going on, but. Amadusius becomes a level number 2 member on my membership. Thanks, Amadusius. Appreciate you. I think you were once before. Yeah, that's right. Because I noticed that your little avatar is an avatar that would be for somebody who's been a member for a while. So welcome back.
Cool.
Appreciate that.
But yeah, or it could be the TV series, whereas she's an older Laurie Strode looking back on what's happened, and because it could be, she could be, or a narrator on the show or something like that.
Yeah,
it could be anything, couldn't it?
Yeah, or maybe she's coming back to direct a few episodes. Maybe write a few episodes about the trauma of the town and all that kind of stuff.
Whatever it is, it just needs to be minimal, right? It just needs to be just a nod. That's all we need. We don't need you taking over the whole fucking thing again.
We don't.
Just leave it alone. Let them get on with it.
Maybe a photograph on a shelf or something. Maybe just
something like that. Yeah. Something like that.
Or maybe she plays a completely different character. She's not even herself.
Maybe.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I will be honest with you. I'm actually surprised, although I guess not surprised, knowing how these things can go. But I'm a little surprised that there wasn't an inkling of something in regards to the Halloween TV series today. A little surprised that there wasn't I don't know how far along they are, in terms of their development. I don't even know if they have a showrunner or what. Who knows, right? We know that Miramax, I think, is doing it, but I'm just a little surprised. Now, listen, if there is no news, then there's no news, right?
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that there wasn't, because it's been enough of. Enough time that maybe you thought there would at least been a little bit of something to say, like, oh, we've got so-and-so as a writer, or we've got, we're moving in this direction, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just a little something.
Yeah. I just think that it feels like they're nowhere with it at the moment.
Maybe they're just hoping we forget and they don't do anything with it.
Things on this franchise, as we know from experience over the last 6, 7, 8 years, have leaked big time in advance. And nothing has leaked on this, so that says to me that they're probably nowhere with it.
It's probably infighting, and they just don't care anymore. Let's just do it again. Frank, member chat. Jamie Lee Curtis's involvement in the Halloween franchise future is her signing cheap photos on her website of all the ones with her standing next to David Gordon Green of her kissing herself. Oh, there it is. The famous looking at my arm, attacking Judith. Michael, no. Sandy Johnson has sure made a career out of this one moment.
Yeah, and you know, she's doing great at all the conventions and stuff. And what was really cool was you kind of had her on your channel in the early days, just as she was kind of, had she just done one convention at that point or
It
something?
was something like that. I had her and her agent on.
Yeah.
And this was before, like, she had just come out. And yeah, she'd done like one convention or something like that. This is like 4 or 5 years ago. And I remember she sent me, and actually she follows me on my Many Things Facebook page, because every now and then she'll like a post. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't know she followed me. But she said to me, now I don't know if she still feels this way, because I'm sure she's done a ton of interviews since, but I remember at that time she said that I was her favorite interview. She just loved the questions I was asking and things like that. I was like, oh, that's really, that's pretty cool. And now she's blowing up and she's everywhere.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
Good for her. We've all got bills to pay.
That's it. October 30th, 1978. Yeah, get out now. Oh no, wait, that's the next movie. Darren won't be here for that one, so I'll have to do it myself. Yeah, that's right.
Unless I fall asleep and you can't wake me up. Which I did come close to doing at one point. Frank and I, a couple of years ago, did a show with cosplay Chris Stanley. And it was like 1, 2 in the morning. And I was so tired. Honestly, I was ready to nod off. And I actually thought at one point, you know, when you can feel yourself going,
yes,
and your head sort of jolts, like,
yeah.
I actually thought at one point I did go, but.
Oh, but you kept it together. You should have just
didn't make the edit.
Fallen off
it
your
didn't
chair.
Make the edit.
Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm not surprised it didn't make the final cut. I think that probably
this guy who's 400,000 YouTube subscribers contacted us and said, "Can I do a show with you?" And I said yes, and I just wanted to fit it around him so we could do it. And yeah, I started to nod during the show.
At least you weren't like this.
Yeah. Well, we have seen YouTubers in the past fall asleep when they're doing streams.
It's true.
It has happened. I know one in particular who's fallen asleep.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh McKenna sends in a super chat. Thanks, Josh. Says, poor Lori scared another one away. Subtle, isn't he? Does he say subtle? I don't think she says subtle, Lori, isn't he? I think she just says subtle, isn't he? I don't think she says her name, but we'll find out.
Yeah, so subtle, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it was just subtle.
Yeah.
Rabbit in Red. Rob Zombie took that to a whole new level. This, you know what? It's and I know this is I think this is this your favorite movie, Darren, or is this your favorite horror movie?
No, I think I would say it's my favorite movie of all time for sure. Just because, you know, I saw it right at the start. Well, it wasn't in this, like, it was kind of like 81 I saw it or something.
Yeah.
And it had such an impact on me as a kid. For one, terrifying the hell out of me, to the point where as every night I went to bed, I had to, as an 8, 9-year-old kid or whatever, I had to look under the bed and check that Michael wasn't under there, even though he'd never been under a bed. That was Jason that had done that, you know. But I couldn't for a couple of years. It affected me that bad, you know. It scared the living crap out of me. And of course, back then you couldn't rewatch things because, you know, I'd seen it on VHS. We'd rented it on VHS. And I think the next time was probably in about 84, 85, when it was on TV and we were able to record it. We actually had a permanent VHS recorder at home. We were able to record it, and then I just watched the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely watched the hell out of it.
Yeah. Man, this is, it's funny. I don't know what would be my favorite movie of all time. I mean, this is certainly up there for sure. There's no doubt about it, but there's no doubt that this is definitely my favorite horror movie of all time, is the original Halloween. It always has been. And, you know, my older brother Neil was the one that got me into it, probably in, like, I don't know, 83, 84, somewhere in there, when I was about 4 or 5 years old. And, he said that he fell in love with it because it was the first horror movie he ever watched that never gave him nightmares. So he was like, "Oh, okay, good. That's one I can watch," and he loved it. He loved it.
Well, I mean, like, my only experience with horror, and a lot of people's experience with horror up until this came out, were things like the Hammer films with Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing and Dracula and various monsters. Whilst they're great and I have so much affection, for them, this was a different kettle of fish.
It was
completely.
Yeah.
I'd never seen anything like it. I mean, I hadn't seen Black Christmas at that point.
Right.
And it was just it was a really genuinely scary horror movie. And, it wasn't Christopher Lee jumping in through the window or anything like that. It was an experience that I'd never had before. It's still, to this day, I still think it's genuinely creepy.
I agree. And it's got so much firing on so many cylinders. I mean, it's a creepy film. It's got great atmosphere. I know it doesn't have great fall atmosphere necessarily, but in terms of the nighttime and of course the mask and Michael and the music and it's a simple, easy to follow, creepy. Like I often say, it's very Hitchcock, ghost, and it's palatable. It's in and out, 90 minutes, it's very easy to follow. And of course it's dated now because it's 1978, but it still holds up. The things that make this movie so great are timeless things. The production value will age, the actors will age, maybe some of the acting will age a little bit, but the style of the film and the execution of the story and those types of stories are timeless, and the music and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's just still to this day, it's fantastic.
Yeah. And it was great last year, Frank and I know you've been as well, got to wander around these streets, and it was surreal being there. We drove there and we just kind of got out of the car and figured out where everything was and took photographs, and it really hasn't changed that much.
No.
Bit of a lick of paint here and there at various houses, and maybe an extension or two or different windows.
Yeah.
But on the whole, that area in Pasadena looks exactly the same as it did back in the 70s. The hedge is still there.
Yep.
The stoop's still there. Everything. It's just the only thing that's changed really is they moved the Myers house.
That's right. And I mean, even the sidewalk curbs, and how they look and how, the lawn maintenance and the grass, looks like a golf course, it still looks like that today. Not a lot. I mean, again, there's some cosmetic things, here and there, but overall it looks pretty much identical.
And what was really interesting was that people really love the fact that movie was shot there, that live in that area.
Yes.
They embrace it, like the Strode house, the stoop and the pumpkin that they leave out for people to take photographs. And we were walking up and down the street taking photos. People were stood in their windows waving out at us.
Oh yeah,
welcoming us. There was a moment I'll never forget where Frank and I were stood talking, and all of a sudden he turned and looked, and over the road there was a really old guy walking with a walking stick.
It was Michael.
Frank just went, "I'm going to talk to him now."
Right.
And we went across the road, and the guy lived in the house opposite the hedge.
Wow. Okay.
And he was there when they were filming, and he was telling us all about the shoot and how Jamie Lee Curtis came into his house to use his phone, and it was fascinating listening to this old guy.
That's so cool.
Yeah, everybody was so welcoming. It was great. Whether it was just because it was the weekend of the 45th anniversary and people knew that there was going to be a lot of people because of the convention, I don't know.
Right.
If I rocked up next week, would they be as hospitable?
On Christmas Eve? Who knows?
Yeah. But no, people were so welcoming, and it was a real pleasure to kind of take to the streets around there. And there was a woman I talked to
older again, right across the street from the hedge. And she had mentioned a similar thing. She'd been there for years, and people always come by and things like that. And she was very nice, very nice.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think the people that used to own the Strode House no longer do. When I was last there, they did, and they were very nice. I didn't meet the man, but I met the woman who lived there, and she was very nice. And of course, they had the pumpkins on their porch and a sign that says, "Yes, this is the house that Jamie Lee Curtis," And I think there's a video on my channel that I have from 2018 or 2019 where I film all that. And yeah, very nice, very nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure. Hey, PJ, what's going on? My fellow Canuck. PJ sends in $13.99 Canadian shekels. Thank you, PJ. Says, when worlds collide, I'm coming in late and I'm so confused. Where's Frank? Happy Halloween, guys. Thank you, PJ. Happy Halloween to you as well. I hope you're doing well, my man. There's 180 of you in the chat right now. Amazing. Thank you so much. Don't forget to smash what the hell do the kids say? Smash that like button.
I haven't done that myself. 1 second.
Smash the like button. Beat the crap out of the comment section. No. Subscribe. Beat the crap out of the subscribe button. Punch the like button. I don't know what they say. And by the way, I'm like only a couple of hundred subscribers away from 30,000. So if you're not subscribed to me, by all means, feel free to, I never ask people to subscribe. I really should start doing that. I'd probably be further along. Let's see if we can get to 30,000. Not tonight, of course, but although that would be amazing.
I love looking at the coveralls in this scene and the way that they just perfectly fit him.
They do. It's like they're tailored.
Yeah. He really does look great in this in that shot where they're walking, even though you can't see his face. Right. Just the movement and the way the coveralls fit, and you just get a really, especially with the 4K version these days. I'm watching it on a 4K version now. Right. And you can really see the detail on the coveralls, and you really realize how fucking wrong some of these cosplayers get it.
Well, and this is the thing, is that I've been hounded before, when I've said, listen, the coveralls are not green. When I say they're not green, I mean like green, like the grass that is next to Tommy Doyle here. That's what I'm talking about. Because I've seen some cosplayers wear green like that, and I don't mean to.
I've seen bright blue. Like royal blue,
bright blue. Like the blue that is in my bar at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I've seen it too, and it's a greeny blue. I forget the name of it now. But it's more. It looks like a darkish. What would you say? Like a dark sort of, just kind of a faded forest green, but it's very dark, and in some lighting it can look a bit like a dark, it's a dark bluish green. Like you can see why if you wear dark blue coveralls, you'll be fine. If you wear like dark, very dark, faded greeny kind of cover, you'll be fine. It's the other end of the spectrum, like the big, the bright green and the bright blue is just like, whoa, hang on a sec. That's not what's going on here.
So this shot here of Phelps lying in the grass.
Freddie Mercury.
For years, Freddie Mercury. For years, I never even saw him in there, because the 4:3 version that I would see on TV and on VHS, you would just see it would cut just on his hairline or something like that. So you would never see his body with the blood on there, and there's so much that you missed by not having the anamorphic version of this film.
Right. Fascinating. I remember when I made that joke online that it was Freddie Mercury, and there were quite a few people that bought into it, and it started to spread online. I made it on I don't know if I made it on my Facebook page, but I made it in the communities. This is like 5 or 6 years ago. And I made a whole thing about how Queen was, they were big fans of John Carpenter's Assault on Precinct 13, whatever it was. I made like a story around it, and Freddie Mercury. So they at Freddie Mercury lying and of course people knowing me know my humor, but then some were like, oh my God, and they were spreading, like it wound up on, I don't know, Killer Flicks or some Facebook page, and people were like, oh my God, did you hear that Freddie Mercury? I'm like, no, this isn't pop-up video. It's just a joke, It's not Freddie Mercury.
He's actually one of Adam Sandler's producers. Barry
yes.
Bernardi,
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Nancy Keys now. Nancy Loomis is 56 here. No, she's 30, I think, isn't she? 29.
She was, I think she was like 29 in this.
Yeah.
And PJ was kind of in between Laurie and Annie in terms of age.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was 10 years younger than Brackett.
That's right. Her own father.
Her dad.
Who looks about 30 years older than he actually is.
Yeah.
Jeff Harris sends in $4.99 and says, do you guys think we will ever see the unreleased 78 BTS footage? I think one day. Sean Clark has it. He's seen it. Billy Kirkus obviously has it, but there's legal reasons why they can't show it. Sorry, Darren, you were going to say?
I think it's a really costly process as well, isn't it?
I think so too.
Of collating it all, because it's all 35mm reels.
Yeah.
And to telecine those to video costs and because people don't use 35mm anymore.
That's right.
Very, very rarely the filmmakers use 35mm. The cost of transferring it all, if there is, umpteen hours worth of this stuff.
Yes.
It will be very expensive to do.
Yeah. Well, I remember I had, when I was talking to Sean Clark a couple of years ago, we were chatting about something and he's seen it. He's got it. I think him and Billy, I don't know for certain, but I think he's got sort of first right of like he wants to do something with it, I think.
Yeah.
And Billy Kirkus,
he's done that deal with him, hasn't he? That if ever they do something with it, then Sean gets first dibs. But Billy did reach out when I was shooting Dylan's New Nightmare. Billy reached out to me and sent me, I forget what it was now. It was like a picture of some sort of like a film strip or something. I forget what it was now. I got to look into that again. I've never really conversed with him other than just the few exchanges we had about this picture that he sent. But God, I can't remember what that was now. But yeah, no, Sean will have that down. I mean, yeah. I saw the other day as well. I don't know if anybody saw this, but PJ Souls posted that they've done a Funko Pop of her.
Oh, cool. Naked?
Linda Vander. Is it Vander Clock, her name?
Something like that. Vander Clock?
Yeah, I saw it on her page today.
I
wonder if they're going to do the other sort of peripheral characters.
I think they should. Should. Subtle, isn't he? Here we go.
I do think she's the weakest character in this of the three. I think if like you said, if anything, this film can age in certain ways. I certainly think poor Nancy Loomis's acting is one of those things that doesn't fare well.
And she's like this in every movie she's in that I've seen. She was like this in The Fog. She was like this in Halloween 3.
No, she's not very good.
And Halloween 3, I believe, was the last movie she made.
Is that really the last one she made?
According to Wikipedia, I believe it might have been.
So she did Assault on Precinct 13, Halloween 3, Halloween 2.
Yep.
She was in that for a split second and messed it up.
Yeah. The Fog.
The Fog.
Yeah, and she was in another one too. Hang on here. Nancy Loomis. This is Wikipedia, so let's take it with a bit of a grain of salt. But nonetheless, so her first movie was Assault on Precinct 13. Then she was in something called The Sea Gypsies, where she just played girlfriend. Then she was in Halloween, The Fog, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, and that was it until something this year called Hauntology, where she was Mrs. Joseph Cashel. Or Cashel.
Wow.
I don't know.
Bless her. She was great at the convention. She was.
Oh, she's a sweetheart.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's fantastic.
Absolutely. She wasn't too happy. Like I think I mentioned this on our channel. She wasn't too happy with Tommy Lee Wallace for spilling the beans on what they got up to in the Myers house when they were renovating it. The two of them spent the night there, and he told everybody, and she wasn't very happy about it at all.
That's not surprising. Not surprising. Fans of Something sends in $2, says, Dave, did you watch the SNL Myers sketch I sent? No, I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to check. Whereabouts did you send it? I guess on Instagram, right, Eddie? So no, I haven't. I'll have to check that out. Thank you. And then Lee the Machine Bowers sends in a member chat, says, Happy Halloween, everyone. Today I'm just chilling and kicking back. Great to see you here, Lee. Thank you so much for joining us. 194 of you McCrazies are in the chat right now. I wonder if we can get to 200. Will we get to 200 tonight? The most I've ever had during a live show was when the Halloween Kills trailer dropped.
I remember.
And I went live right away, and I had 1,100 people watching me live. 1,100 people. That's never happened before or since.
You can't even read the chat when there's a guy, I don't know if you've ever seen him, the Critical Drinker. Mm-hmm. Whenever he goes live, sometimes I think he forgets to slow the chat down, because you can slow the chat down in the settings. Sometimes he doesn't. Yeah. And it is literally bang, 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 bang. And you just can't see anything. I mean, people must be paying for super chats. He's not reading them out. I know even when Cody goes live, you know, and he gets so many super chats that, you know, sometimes I think it's impossible to read them out without staying on for, 4 or 5 hours.
No, it's true. Well, and I think because I go live all the time, then the novelty sort of wears off, and people feel sort of, whereas with somebody like Cody Leach, who goes live on occasion, it's exciting for his member or his subscribers, because so he's going to get a lot of super chats because people, oh my God, this is my opportunity. I don't know when he's going to go live again. With me, it's like, Dave's live, whatever. He'll be live tomorrow, or he'll be live next week. You know what I mean? So it kind of, after a while, you sort of get accustomed to just kind of it being normal for some people.
Yeah.
But, that bed, Jamie Lee Curtis is 5'9". That bed looks like it's way too
tiny.
Tiny. It's tiny. There ain't no action happening in that bed. Good night, everybody.
It's a cot.
It's an army cot. Oh, look, I can kind of see Robert Englund in the back there picking up the leaves.
Picking up leaves, throwing them around.
Oh,
that's a good little anecdote to have, though. If it is true, and we all know he can be a bit sort of, he can stretch the truth a little bit now and again. But he's coming to the UK. He's coming to a convention in the UK called Horrified next year, which might be interesting.
Nice, that's a good.
He doesn't come over here much at all.
Oh, then that's a good thing to do then.
Yeah,
that's a good thing to do. LPA Film sends in a $10 super chat. Thanks, buddy. Says, come check out the premiere of Halloween prequel fan film, guaranteed to be like no other Halloween fan film. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. Yeah, no solicitation here, guys, while we're, doing my stream. I'm not saying that people shouldn't go and check it out, but not right now. Not right now. You don't want to take people away from my stream to come over to your stream. That's not nice. That's not nice. After tomorrow they can go watch it.
I wonder how they did this. No one's ever really talked about the driving scene with the two of them in it, because there are all sorts of ways that you can do driving scenes. There's some driving scenes that are done where you mount a car on the back of a trailer and you do it that way, so the person isn't actually driving. There's obviously got to be some rig that's mounted on the car to film the two of them. Behind, they get shots from behind as well. So I wonder if they were actually genuinely driving around.
You mean Loomis and the Graveyard Keeper?
No, the two girls, Annie and Laurie. Whether they were actually being towed, or whether Nancy Loomis was driving, or it's one of those questions that I wanted to ask, because we've covered every blade of grass in this film before. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to think of questions that maybe haven't been asked before about.
It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. I think, you know what? I would say that $300,000 budget. Well, what would be cheaper? You know, I mean,
have a drive.
Have her drive, yeah, and have the camera mounted to the hood of the car. I forget what they're called. I used to know, but yeah, you would mount the camera to the hood of the car, and you would have her drive. Would probably be the cheapest way to go. So I don't know. That's a good, like right here. I mean, it's so still. There's no doubt there's a camera mounted to the hood of that car.
Yeah.
And.
But are they being towed on a trailer so they can concentrate on their dialogue?
Right,
that kind of thing?
right. Maybe.
Yeah.
That is one way of doing it.
It happens a lot, you know.
Yeah.
In movies.
Now we do have a sunspot, or is it a sunspot on the windshield? That looks a bit cloudy that day, or is it a light on the trailer?
There's something, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's not there now, but it's a hot spot. Could be the sun, but it could be also a light.
We have nearly 200 people in here at the moment, Dave.
Yeah, 192. Let's get to 200. Super chat from
folks.
Kyle. Yeah. Sends in 20, very generous 20 US shekels. Says, happy Halloween. I'll be visiting the filming locations in November sometime. Awesome. Any tips or advice for from when you went? I plan to start with the Pasadena ones and then work toward the other locations. I don't know, Darren, you were there more recently than I was. Any advice?
You can do the Pasadena ones. So the easy ones to do in Pasadena are the Hedge, the Stoop. They're all within walking distance.
The Myers house.
Or a short drive.
Yep.
The Myers house, the Crossroads where the hardware store is.
Yep.
Just here now, what we're looking at on screen.
Yep.
Where else? The Graveyard as well is not too far away. And when you're at the Graveyard, you are right near the Church from the Fog. Which is exciting, and also when you're at the Graveyard, you are right in Sierra Madre where the Halloween 3 Buccaneer bar is, and also the locations from Halloween 2. So the back of Alice's house, is it Alice, the girl who gets stabbed at the start in Halloween 2? The dog barking in the alleyway. What else is around there? The Harold, the do you want mayonnaise on your sandwich?
There's Michael. So there he is. He's right there.
You can do a hell of a lot in a day. You can. Then you have to go more into
West Hollywood
for the Doyle House.
The Doyle House, the Wallace House, and if you're going to check out the Doyle House and the Wallace House, you might as well go down the street to Genesee Avenue and check out the Elm Street House. Now,
that's right.
I will say this. Apparently, the new owner of the Elm Street House doesn't like people coming around. He's got a gate in front of the house. He's also put potted plants in front of the house, like in front of your view of the house. And he parks two big like vans in front. He's apparently there's a video where he's being a real dick to somebody who's just trying to take a photograph or something like that. Apparently the new owners of the Elm Street House do not like people coming by. So just be careful that you may just see a bit of the shingles on the roof, unfortunately. Yeah. But it is down the street and it's worth at least going to check out.
It's a shame the fans don't buy these places. Do you know what I mean? And that understand why people want to go there and take a look. Rather than some arsehole who no idea what he's buying and then all of a sudden realizes after he's paid the money that this is a kind of, a Hollywood landmark.
Well, I would imagine that the real estate agent, because of the type of house it is, or its history, especially in Hollywood. I mean, it's right in Hollywood. You're a stone's throw away from Sunset Boulevard. That the real estate agent would have to let him know about that. Say, no, I just want to let you know
thought so.
That this is and he was probably like, I don't fucking care, whatever. But just, you know what? If you're going to buy it, Look, you're always going to have some dick, but most fans will respect your property. They're not going to walk up onto it. They just want to be there and go, wow, and take a photo and take some selfies, on the sidewalk in front of it. And if you buy into it, if you play into it, like the people who own the Strode house did, I don't recall ever them having any major issues. I mean, maybe they did with a few drunk people on Halloween night or something. I don't know. But I mean, you know, you just put a little sign that says, yes, this is the Elm Street house. Feel free to take some, you know, photos, but please, you know, respect our privacy. You know, a little plaque or something or whatever.
Exactly.
And most people are going to. They're not going to walk up to the door and ring the doorbell and go, can I come in? You know, I mean, well, I guess maybe somebody might. But then, you know, you just beat them with a baseball bat. No.
I'm just going to put a note in our channel that this is going on.
Sure.
So we see if we can get some lambs over.
Matthew Latendre, is that how you say it? Latendre, is that how you say that? My apologies if I'm getting that wrong, Matthew. Sends in $5. Thanks, Matthew. Says, happy Halloween, Dave and Darren. When this movie turns 50, I will be 52. I'm listening while I'm on the road. Love the show and the channel. Thank you, Matthew. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, when this turns 50, I'll be 49. So I'm right behind you. Not too many years yet. And when this turns 50, Darren will be 87. So, I mean, it's, you know.
That was the trouble doing that episode with Frank last night. We did top horror movies from every year that we were born. And because I was born in 73, Frank was born in 81. So I had 8 years to do by myself before I got to Frank.
That's funny. That's really funny.
It took ages. It took, honestly, I said to Frank,
I watched it today. I watched it this morning.
We'll do this in half an hour. We'll do it in half an hour.
Yeah.
It was one of the longest streams we've done in a while. But it was good fun. It was good fun.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good stream.
Yeah.
And this isn't a man. Is that a dog? No, it's my wife. What? No. Can you imagine? Like, what?
Have you ever seen the BBC interview with John Carpenter when you get all the B-roll footage from this sequence with
yes, and he's sitting on the front lawn, and the interviewer's like, "What do you think of your contemporaries, Spielberg?" I think he's a little pretentious, quite frankly. I'm like, "Oh, excuse me, Mr. John Carpenter." I think at this time, you know, Spielberg had done Jaws and Close Encounters, and you know, he's a little pretentious.
Maybe he'd just seen 1941.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. I was like, pretentious? I don't know, man. Those are pretty good movies. What does he say here? Sorry, does he say you must think I'm a what doctor? A scared doctor? What does he say?
Sensitive, I think he says, doesn't he?
I think I'm a sensitive
doctor.
Yeah. It gets lost in the performance for me, and so he must think I'm a sensitive doctor. Oh, you've been drinking, all right.
What's your take on the sound effects that they've added in over the years on this film? So there's that particular shot there when the window smashes.
Yeah.
There's also the lightning at the start of the film.
Yeah.
When he's driving with Nurse Marion. They've obviously added some additional effects in. They've
enhanced it. You know, they've made it very, you know, 5.1-ish. You know, or maybe it's into the 7 points. You know, it doesn't bother me. I don't find it intrusive. You know, not like watching, like, you know, George Lucas's special edition of Star Wars or something. I mean, at least he's not digitally adding, you know, characters or blood or something like that. It's just some sound effects, you know, and I think it's okay.
I'm just looking at the chat here. Brandon says you must think I'm a very sinister doctor. Okay.
Oh, really?
Warren says sensual.
Sensual. Sensual. You must think I'm a sensual doctor.
I always hear it as sensitive. Maybe it is sinister.
Maybe it can't possibly be sensual.
It's not sensual.
Why that's so
Can
great.
you imagine? You must think I'm a very sensual doctor. Opens his jacket and just rubs his nipple a little bit.
Or opens his trench coat. He's got nothing on. He's just, it's like, I'm not, come on. He's like, oh, well, excuse me. I guess I gotta, that's a whole other Halloween right there, folks. Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah, it's probably sensitive.
Dear.
Sinister, I don't
Sinister, it could be.
Could be, yeah.
It could be. Brandon says it's 100% sinister. Carpenter repeats the line on the commentary. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. A sinister doctor.
Mike says, I always thought it was cynical.
Cynical. Yeah, I thought,
cynical doesn't really go with what's just happened, but sinister kind of I get, or sensitive I get. But
yeah.
I trust Brandon on this because he's...
well, he's got 500 televisions, so... Michael Dammit. Hey, Michael sends in $5, says that Darren guy is a draw. Oh, I mean, that's why we got 180 people in here right now. I got to bring in the real talent, Michael. Kenneth Holmes sends in $5, says, if you guys could ask Donald Pleasance one question, what would it be, in general or about Halloween? I'd ask him, are you a sensual doctor or a cynical doctor? What would I ask Donald Pleasance?
Wow.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Gin or rum?
There you go. That's good. I like. Oh, that's one of my favorite shots right there. Looking across the street.
You know that's Deborah Hill, right?
No, it's not. Stop it, Darren. You know that's Danny DeVito, right?
Hey, I watched Beetlejuice today.
Oh, how was it?
The second one, Beetlejuice. It was okay. It was okay. My expectations were low because a lot of people I know had kind of weren't very fond of it.
Right.
I know it played a lot better in America than what it played in the UK, but I watched it this lunchtime and I actually quite liked it.
That's good.
It was pretty cool. We mentioned Danny DeVito and he pops up in it for about 2 or 3 minutes. That's it. Yeah.
Cool. That's cool. There he is, the man. I gotta call you back. This is the nude scene. Lindsay, I need a robe. Lindsay doesn't give a shit. Does she have to get out of her pants? I guess maybe it's spilled on her pants too. Michael's a sensual Michael right here. Sensual doctor is so good. Who said that?
It was Warren Armour.
Warren Armour said that.
Yeah,
sensual doctor. Hey, you must think I'm a sensual doctor. No, not particularly, Mr. Loomis.
Brandon says, Darren, what did you think of the Richard Harris MacArthur Park scene? I loved it. Do you know what? I came out of the film and I downloaded MacArthur Park onto my phone because it's a great song, nice. But it really fits well with what they do with it in the movie. Nice. That's the best part of the film, I think. That's the best part of the film.
Cool. Aw, poor
Lester.
Lester, that's it. I wanted to say poor Donovan.
You think he takes a bite out of him as well while he's kind of lowering him down?
Well, they're probably French kissing, probably. He's probably like, no, yeah, he's probably going to eat him. I mean, why not? He eats dogs. He's got to keep on his toes for that sensual doctor. Yeah. Howard Hawks.
Oh, that's gonna hang for a long time now, that sensual doctor.
Oh my God. This is and here, of course, the original The Thing from Another World. Do you think John Carpenter, he put that in here because I forget, did he always want to do his version of it?
I don't know. Well, he was always a massive Howard Hawks fan.
He was, yes.
So whether it's just coincidence or whether he had something in mind at that stage, I don't know. Because it's not too far after, is it? I mean, it's literally, he would have been working on The Thing in what, late 80, 81.
Yeah.
Early 81. So it's literally like 2 years. So
Yeah.
maybe he had something in development at that point.
He just willed it maybe, or maybe he just like,
Mm.
nah, I'm going to put it out into the universe. And what is that?
Yeah.
What is that statue in the background there? Is that like a monkey in heat?
Statue?
No, in the film. You see like the
Oh, I thought you were on about behind me. I
right,
was like,
right here
fuck?
over Laurie's shoulder. When it goes to, there's like a weird statue or something. I don't know what that is. Oh, I
don't
can't see
know.
it now. It's like it looks like a monkey or a gorilla is about to like some sort of sexual pose. I don't think I've ever noticed that before.
At first, I thought it was a monkey in heat behind me. I was like, what the fuck?
No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Here we are. I need to do my laundry. Oh, this is one of my favorite shots. Yeah.
Great lighting in this.
It's fantastic. This one. Oh, I love that shot. I love it. Some people get so literal and they're like, do you think Michael like supernaturally willed the door to kind of open a little bit? And I was like, no, I think it's windy and it's just
it's windy, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just a door is just kind of moving back and forth. I don't think he was like using the force to, like I need to do this,
Although it does come into, question later on how he opens doors in the scene where Laurie discovers the bodies.
That is true.
Because the cupboard doors are opening in front of her, and then
that's when he uses the force. It's just that, yeah.
The force or like fishing line,
right?
Something like that. Yeah,
that's it. I think this is where you see the crew member. We're going to sort of move to our left over here. Watch the shadow on the wall behind. You'll see a crew member right there.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Just on the left, on the far left. Just
that's right. Yeah.
Was he behind the sofa?
I don't know where he was. Lindsay. Oh yeah, we're not there yet.
Seriously, if you'd spilt something on your t-shirt at somebody's house you were babysitting at, would you really go and start washing your own clothes in the
No, I don't think I would. I think I would
garden?
just leave it there and I would just live with it until I had to go home.
Just go out covered in shit.
Yeah, I would. I would just go out covered in shit. Why am I covered in shit? I thought we were talking about popcorn butter and Darren's taking it like I'm having a diarrhea attack.
Well, a general word for what,
Oh, right. Not literally, Dave.
No, not literally.
I had a bowel movement and just couldn't control myself. Oh, my goodness.
That's a good point, Brandon. Brandon says the Mr. Garrett scene from part 2 should have been more like this scene. Rosenthal was such a boring director.
Yeah, that scene, the Mr. Garrett, and there's no music. Like, listen, there's not every wonderfully suspenseful moment requires music. Sometimes having no music can elevate the scene to just amazing levels. And then sometimes you need music, and that's sort of, sometimes you don't know that until you get into post or, what you think you might need. But that scene, I think it just went on for too long. It was just a fat guy walking around it was just
cats
too long.
jumping out and all that kind of crap.
It was just too long.
Yeah.
It's stuck in the window. Show me right here.
That'd be a good t-shirt. You see the popcorn, Jolly Time popcorn?
Yeah.
That would be a good like people make these kind of little nods and references t-shirts. That'd be interesting to do.
Somebody needs to get on making a sensual doctor t-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Michael in the background there. One of my favorite moments. So good.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, geez, it would have been funny if because it's low budget, you get to 4K and you realize you actually see him running and oh man, it was so much better when it was just on my 4x3 TV. Now in 4K, I can actually see Nick Castle going, ah. Sorry, Darren, you were saying?
No, I was just so that shot there, obviously they've lit the mask.
Yeah.
Where would so they would have put that outside of the door
Yeah.
immediately in front of him, kind of out of our vision,
Yes.
onto his directly onto his face, right?
Yeah, it probably would. I'd have to go back and look at it again. It probably was coming from.
It's so clearly lit and illuminated.
It is.
The
It is.
mask in
It's
that
and it's
shot.
not split lighting, isn't it? It's all
No,
of
no,
his
it's
thing.
the whole mask that's
I wonder if it's
illuminated.
coming from above, like a window from above, perhaps, or something like that. I'm not sure. I have to look at the scene again to kind of see. It could be coming from. It could be coming from the side. Yeah, it could be just out of view of the door.
Yeah.
Which is likely
this
what it is.
This is what we just don't get in the UK, really. You see this shot here where there's the lantern on the doorstep and the kids are running around trick-or-treating, that kind of thing. You just don't really see that sort of thing in the UK at all. If you do, it's kids with their parents, and their parents stand at the end of the gate post. And when I was a kid, we would go out carrying one of those things there, my turnip lantern.
That's right.
And we would knock on the door and wait until somebody gave us cash.
Wrote checks.
Yeah, we would. You didn't get candy or sweets, as we call them over here. We got like 50 pence or a pound or whatever. Well, maybe not a pound. It's a long time ago, but 20 pence, 20 cents or whatever you guys call it. We would walk around with a bucket full of cash and then go to the shops on November 1 and spend it.
Yeah. Yeah, my mom used to tell me all about the turnips and things like that, and it was very different. I was like, really? Yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't, it wasn't, and certainly back then. I mean, back in the 50s, it was hardly anything. It wasn't anything really at all. Halloween, and it's still, I think it's bigger. Well, you said it's bigger now, but it's still not like huge over there.
No, not at all. I mean, like, when Frank was over here last week, there was nothing around for Halloween at all. Not, whereas in the US, and I'm not sure what it's like in Canada, but they go all out from October 1, don't they, with decorations and things like that.
It's the same here. I mean, it depends on the neighborhood, but I mean, there's a Spirit Halloween on every corner, right? At the moment, and I mean, everybody's dressing up, and the kids are all out, and it's. I mean, it's not as big as it was when I was doing that in the 80s as a little kid, but it's come down a little bit. I think that's kind of the same all over, but it's still it's still a thing. There's kids out right now, I'm sure. I've turned
anybody come to your house tonight?
A few people. Yeah, a few people did. A few kids. A lot of the kids, I had more kids years ago. Now those kids are kind of growing up, so there's a few.
Yeah, nobody's knocked on our door tonight at all.
Well, that's because you have a sign outside that says "fuck off." I mean,
I just have a picture of Jimmy Savile on my front door. That's it. Nobody comes near.
Oh. Oh my God. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, there's the attack. And this is the first time we've actually seen the mask this close, and we're still seeing it through the
fog.
Yeah, that's right. The condensation
the haze on the windows. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. It's so great. Oh, Paul, I give you all. No kiss, but please, my Paul. This is the greatest kill of all time right here, her face.
It's still difficult to see what's
exactly happened.
What he does, it's
maybe she just got a kink in her
knife. He just kind of slashes her really quick, doesn't he? It's
called 78 horror movie, low budget. And this is what's his face? Good Canadian guy. Leslie Nielsen.
Yes, Leslie Nielsen.
That's right.
Indirect cameo in this film.
That's it. I did a McRae live on this moment coming up here just a few weeks ago about how I think this is one of the creepiest moments in any of the Halloween films. The voyeur sort of rear window moment that Tommy has here when he looks out and he sees something that, because, I've often said there's either two reasons for this. When you look out and you see this, it's either a couple that is having some sexual fun and role playing, or there's something nefarious that's just happened. Because otherwise, who would you be doing it for? There's nobody out there.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know that Tommy's watching him. It's so eerie. Just that shot, seeing this guy carrying this woman, this lifeless body. It's so eerie. I mean, look at the surrounding area, how well it's lit. It's almost got like a vignette on it. So your eye is drawn right into the house. It's so great. And it's so eerie. It's like, what the hell did I just watch?
Do we know if that is genuinely Nancy Loomis that he's carrying there?
I wonder if it
and
is.
And is it Nick Castle?
I wonder if it is, or is it Tommy Lee Wallace carrying Nancy Loomis? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a question that more fans need to ask these people.
Hmm.
The Batman's outside. The Batman's outside. The Batman's outside. That's how he says it. The Batman. Tommy, stop it. You're scaring Lindsay. And that, stop it. I believe you, Tommy. What? What the fuck's going on?
I would not be able to settle down that easily after seeing that.
No.
Honestly.
God, no. No way. Because like I said, I'd be like, did I just have a Jimmy Stewart moment? Did I just see something I shouldn't have seen? Like, what the hell is going on? I mean, imagine you looking out your window, Darren, and seeing that. You'd think to yourself, well, if there's nobody around, it's either a couple that's just having some kinky fun, or it's something really bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
What else could it be? It's either those two things. And if it's not a couple having fun, uh-oh. Hey, Lonnie, get your ass away from there. I'm a sensual doctor. Oh, man.
It's Dr. Love.
It's Dr. Love. Well, at least he's put a shirt on now. I don't know. They are standing kind of close. I like how the house is framed in the background as well, with the light falling onto the roof or onto the front. It's so great.
The house, it's not that big.
No, it's not.
When I couldn't believe how small it actually was when Frank and I went there. I mean, it looks completely different now because they've painted it a kind of gray blue color. I mean, there's still, you know, I think it's an office or something, isn't it? Isn't it?
It's like an insurance company or something. Yeah. Yeah.
But they still recognize that it was the Myers house, and there's a plaque there, and people are allowed to go up and things like that. But I was really surprised about how dinky it is. Yeah.
It's been renovated. I mean, the porch is not likely the same porch, you know, and the steps are not likely the same steps. You know, I'm sure they've done some cosmetic upgrading since the 70s. So in the same style, in the same vein, of course, but you know, and the guy who saved it, the old man who saved it, knew nothing about its significance to the original Halloween. He drove by, I'm paraphrasing all this, but this is like the late 80s, 87, 88. He drove by, and it was the last house that was standing, and it was going to be demolished because they were going to put all those condos there, and it was going to be taken down in like the next day or the next 2 days or something. And he decided to save it because of its significance of being like a little wartime home. From like the 20s or 30s or something like that. Not because anything to do with Halloween. And it was only until after he saved it, then people were like, oh, it's also the Halloween. So, I mean, you know, it wasn't saved because of Halloween. That just happened to be a bonus.
If you look online, and I saw this just yesterday, there are pictures of it actually kind of on wheels, prepped and ready to go. I think it was 1987, I think it was, when they moved it. But yeah, it's when people say they're moving house.
That's it. How cool would it have been to have gone to see that house in like 85 or 86?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I mean, that would have been really cool, because then it would have been the authentic, you know, everything.
Yeah. I mean, at least, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? There's that, you know, there's that old joke about a broom that's had two two heads and three new handles? Is it the same broom? Do you know what I mean? Is the house really the same house with the amount of work that's been done to it? And, I mean, moving it couldn't have been easy.
That's right. That's true. Am I still the same Dave because I've shed all this skin and had 4 different haircuts? I mean, not really. That I've always thought the work that they did on this pumpkin was so disappointing. It's just like, oh, that's it. I was expecting something more creative.
What were you expecting, Dave?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe something scarier. I don't know. Frank sent in $5. Frank says, just confirm that Tommy Lee Wallace it's Tommy Lee Wallace carrying Nancy from the Myers house after a week-long screw fest. Oh, I think Frank's being a little satirical. At first I was like, oh, it is Tommy. Oh, okay. I see what Frank's
been on
doing.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. Frank's been on Oh my God. That's right. Oh.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, it was somebody in the crowd that said, is there anything that you can tell us that we don't know about Halloween? And he came out with that.
Yeah.
Nancy Loomis and I spent the night in the Myers house when we were renovating. And it was like, fuck. And she was looking at us going, shut up.
Why would he say that? Like, come on, Tom,
know.
Maybe
I
don't know.
Thought it was really funny, but she just like her face was just like,
oh, I bet.
I mean,
I bet. Well, they haven't been together in years. They're both married to other people. I think. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, they're all kind of intertwined to those that Carpenter alum, aren't they? I think you said was it you that said the other day? Or was it maybe when you were on Cody's channel about how awkward must it have been the fact that Carpenter was directing Fog and he was married to Adrienne Barbeau at that time. Deborah Hill was producing it and on set.
Yeah.
And he was with her beforehand. And do you know what I mean? It's all kind of...
It was during my member stream the other day when we watched The Fog. Yeah. And I said, oh, that's right. And I think was it Brandon Collins? It was somebody had said that Barbeau and Carpenter were actually married during the time that they, had done The Fog. And of course, Deborah Hill's working right with Carpenter. I'm thinking, was that awkward? Or I don't know how that's going to be. But no, there is. Yeah, there's a lot of, and there's so many Halloween alum in The Fog, current and future, because they hadn't done Halloween 2 yet. And you have the little kid who bit into the apple with, the razor blade. He's in The Fog. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, it's that's a horrible scene that in Halloween 2. How painful must that be?
I wonder who that was that walked by there in the shadow. It could have been anybody, And they may have not even had the mask on. It's supposed to be Michael, but maybe it was like a grip. I'm going to do a whole 90-minute episode on that.
I saw that Nick Castle does cameo now. I don't know if you've seen that.
He does. I think he's been doing it for a bit.
Yeah, and I saw a couple of them the other day. They're really quite sweet.
Yeah.
But someone had asked him at the end of it to do the breathing. And he kind of like put the camera right up to his mouth and was going. Which is this horrible, like really close up, frothy shot of his beard and teeth and everything. Like, really.
Oh, hang on a sec. That's just the macaroni from earlier. Folks, the breathing, you wouldn't be able to tell if it was me breathing, Darren, or Nick Castle if you couldn't see us. It's just human breathing.
Well, because when you listen to the way Warlock breathes in Halloween 2, it kind of sounds similar to Nick Castle.
I guess it's just a cool ththing to see the man doing it, I guess.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah.
It's not what I'd be asking him, but I guess it's is what it is. Kyle sends in $5. Thanks, Kyle. Says, we don't have to worry about sensual Loomis until he puts on the blue gloves and tells you it's only going to hurt for a second. That's true. That's true.
Someone's going to do a meme of this now. Sensual Loomis.
I want T-shirts. I want a short a fan film. You don't know what you've started, Warren Armour. Sensual. You must think I'm a sensual doctor. No. Oh. Comes out of the pantry. He was eating some cookies.
And this
is the shot that you find always weird, right?
I always find the mask looks really odd in this scene. It's just the lighting and the camera angle, I think. But it kind of looks really like there's less features on it, even though it's kind of featureless anyway. You know, it's just kind of it's just because it's not lit.
This is the strongest butcher knife in the history of butcher knives that should have been on a home shopping channel, you know, commercial. And I love how the knife has its own light.
I remember when we did our best and worst of, and Frank's worst kill was Bob, which I think is one of the best ones. But
I think it's one of the best ones.
He didn't like his bony toes.
Well, yeah, I guess, you know, all right. You should ask him about that next time he's at a convention.
He was there last week. When we were in Manchester, he was there. Yeah, John Michael Graham. You
should have been like, you still got the bony toes? Cute Bob. Did she say cute Bub or cute Bob? Real cute. I think it's cute Bob, right?
Cute Bob, real cute. Yeah.
Sometimes it sounds like cute Bub, real cute.
What's Bub?
Just like a, you know, like saying, you know, hey buddy, hey Bub. It's like like a nickname kind of thing.
Yeah. She did a panel with Bob at For the Love of Horror and Will Sandin as well.
Oh, cool.
Who spoke very well and for quite a long period of time did Will Sandin. And I was stood with Barry, Wolfman's Got Nards, watching it. And we were both looking at each other going, he was on set for like 5 minutes at 5 years old, but yet he's kind of like full of all this information and everything, which was really interesting. It was
probably stuff that he's read
as well. Will Sandin is ripped.
Yeah, he is. It's probably all. Well, it's like, you know, it's probably all shit that he's been told.
Yeah,
It's not a first-hand memory. I mean, you know,
I
Miko
doubt
Hughes
even remember that day, right? How old was he? 6, 5, 6?
Something like that. Miko Hughes, you know, has said the same thing. He says, I don't remember anything from Pet Sematary. Like,
really,
anything that I remember is vague, and it's what I've been told, or you know, what I've seen in behind-the-scenes photos, or, you know, video, or whatever. Like, I was 2 years old. You know, so it's not like I have all this wealth of, I remember when I was sitting there at lunch with, you know, the guys and we were, he doesn't have any of those memories. He was a baby, you know?
Yeah.
I don't remember anything I was doing it to. And that's the first time right there where we see the Michael Myers mask in all its glory. And we're an hour and like 8 minutes into the movie. Fantastic.
Beautiful shot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have, talking of the Annie being carried into the house, I have the Mondo poster in my lounge, the artwork of him carrying her in, which is terrific. It's worth a fortune now.
Nice.
Somebody bought me it for my 40th birthday, and then I looked recently, and it goes for a couple of £1,000 now. It's
wow.
It's
Jesus. That's some.
There's a few of those that they did around 10, 12 years ago that are worth quite a bit of money now.
Oh, Thomas Cohn says it was cute Bub in the script.
Oh,
B-U-B.
right. Okay.
Oh, so maybe I did hear it right.
Well, I'm not hearing that because I've never heard that before. So, you know, Bub.
Yeah, Bub. It's a. Let me just.
Bub is Howard Sherman in Day of the Dead to me. The zombie that can communicate.
Yeah, it says it's an aggressive or rude way of addressing a boy or a man. Hey, Bub.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like, hey, Bub, what's going on?
Maybe that's.
I don't know why she would say that to him, though. I mean, why would she be rude to him? Maybe she's just being whatever. I found the car. It's 3 doors down. You go around the... What? You found it now?
It's been right behind you for 3 hours.
It has. It has. It's a great moment, though. You know, like, oh, fuck, I found the car. Yes. And when he comes...
It's almost like he goes up to it, like...
Is that it?
Is he trying to identify it or something? Is this it? Is it?
Is it? How many of those station wagons are going to be in Haddonfield right now?
Fucking great sign on the side of it.
That's it. Oh my God. Is that it? It's got to be it. I think that's it. Yeah. She's going to get her keys and leave the kids alone. Of course, she's got to watch how she can't open the door wide. She's got to do this because the door is actually, see the door, the door handle's on the other side of the door on the exterior as opposed to what it is in the interior because they're obviously two different locations. The interior is not the interior of that house.
Right.
It's actually the interior of a house across the street, like a couple of doors down from the Wallace house.
Oh, I see. So she can't let you see what's outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's actually, like right now, it would be to her right. Sorry, our right. Like it'd be, when you're looking at the Wallace house, I think it's like a house or two down or something like that is the actual interior.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But I think the laundry scene is the backyard of the actual Doyle house or something like that. I might be back to front on that. But anyway, yeah, they were bouncing around all over on that street.
Brandon says, Darren, check the Facebook group.
Uh-oh.
What's happened? What's somebody done?
Got to call the CEO in to take care of business. That's right, folks. Oh, is there a sensual doctor?
There is, and it's very good. It's very good.
Let me I gotta look
I don't know whether you can you pull this up? If I send you this image.
Okay, I'm gonna hang on a sec here. You guys are great.
What have you done, Warren? What have you done?
You guys are great. Let me just bring this up now. Okay, hang on a sec here. Let me get this. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. All right. Here he is, folks. The sensual doctor. There he is. Oh, there's a bit of a delay on the stream, so you'll see it here in a second. Oh my God, this is good. You must think I'm a sensual doctor. He's
brilliant.
Jacked. He's absolutely jacked, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely jacked.
That's fantastic.
Well done, so good. That's good. Let me get this off the screen before people start to wonder what's going on.
Brandon, I'm guessing that's just a picture of you, right? You just put the Loomis head over the top?
Yep. Yep, totally. It's exactly it. It's chiseled. Chiseled.
Punky's World says, all that booze didn't do anything to that body.
Not a thing, ladies and gentlemen. Not a thing.
There's going to be people that are in the Slaughtered Lamb Facebook page now, just looking, going, what the fuck is this? Sensual Loomis?
Well, I wonder, I mean, I think I lost about 10 people when I threw that up on the screen. They probably came in and was like, what the hell is going on here? What kind of movie are they watching? What movie are they watching? I don't know.
Oh, dear.
No, stop being... What did she say? Most definitely stop being funny now.
Most definitely stop being funny now. Cut it out.
Yeah, it's a weird line.
Yeah.
Most definitely stop being funny now. It's a I'm reading word for word from the page kind of line.
Yeah.
It should have just been just yell and tell them to stop being stupid.
Yeah.
I find, I'm not that I've directed a lot. I've only directed 2 movies, but I find I'm the kind of person, and obviously I've been able to get away with it because I was also the co-writer. When you're directing a movie, you're not always the writer, so you don't necessarily have the creative freedom to necessarily, change things. But I'm always of the mindset of that, say what's on the page, but don't be afraid to add color to it. You know what I mean? Like to make it your own, to make it conversational. If it feels a little kind of as long as you get it across, like it has the same motivation, the same meaning, and it doesn't change anything, then great. So if the line is like, stop being funny, all right? That's what it says in the script. Well, that maybe that's a bit awkward. So you might want to say, listen, just stop being funny, okay? If that's what the actor says, I'm like, oh, that's fine. Yeah. That's good to bring. It's the same meaning, the same thing. So.
Of course, yeah.
But some writers, they won't allow that. No, it's going to be what's on the page. What a great moment.
It was interesting. Somebody copied me on a tweet today that someone had posted and was getting a lot of love for saying, I'd love to have been that guy that spotted Michael walking up the stairs with the gravestone and putting it in the bedroom and all that kind of. I was thinking, damn it. We covered this a few weeks ago.
Yep. In a violent Michael.
Yeah.
How did that door open? I always thought it was half her body, just her torso. I didn't realize that.
You thought you cut her in half?
Yeah. I didn't realize, not recently. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to think that because I didn't realize that the closet extended further. It just looked like half her body in there.
Yeah. Did you see that? We were having that conversation about whether or not in Halloween 2, Michael stabs the girl in the neck or in the chest. And then somebody posted a GIF of him where it does look like he's stabbing her in the chest, and it's kind of a very split-second shot.
Yeah.
I watched the making of Halloween 2, and Dick Warlock says that they reshot a scene where as I go into a girl's house, leap up at the side of her and cut her throat. Which is what I always thought it was. I think it looks like something completely different, but I think the idea is that he has cut her throat.
Right.
But,
that was the idea that that may have been what was in the script, but it ended up being shot in a way that looks like it's going into the chest. That can happen.
Yeah.
Especially again on a low budget film from the early 80s. I mean, even though it was a higher, I think it was a $2 million shoot, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
But it was still, that's still, this is a great shot of him too when he comes through the door.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder, is that Castle or is that, because it would have been Wallace who broke the door. Is it Wallace walking towards Laurie? I don't know. Now, what's Michael doing right now? Oh, I got to go take a shit.
This is it, isn't it? Why does it take him so long to appear? Now, I get it if his arm was still stuck in the door.
Right.
And we didn't see that shot of him walking towards her.
That's it.
But yeah, he does spend an awfully long time kind of reappearing.
He does. And he, especially considering that he was right upon her. Some people, I remember, not too many people now, but years ago, people used to be like, why did they not open the door for her? And I'm like, well, because they probably think it's a girl playing a prank.
Yeah.
And she's just fucking around and it's late and they're like, shut up, go away, kid.
And as he says in Halloween 2, I've been trick-or-treated to death tonight.
That's right. Or if it's the trailer, I've been trick-or-treated to death tonight. It's like, whoa, okay, all right. Listen, I'm a central doctor. It's okay. Oh, here it is. What a great shot. Him crossing the street with the leaves blowing in front of him. Oh,
terrific.
Look at this.
Terrific.
So magnificent. Change nothing.
Do you think that was staged, the leaves, or do you think, would they have had the budget for a leaf blower at the side of the set, a big fan to blow leaves?
Did they have
or do you think it was just a moment that they caught? It was just,
I think it was, I'm going to go with they had a fan. I'm going to go with they had a fan. Not, maybe not a big fan, but a fan to blow some leaves. That's what I'm going to say. Because I think that probably would have
maybe
been.
Robert was at the side throwing them.
Yeah. It was Englund. It was Robert Englund. He was tossing them. That's right. The side. Yeah. He got in. He was doing very well last night. Somebody around here give him lessons. Josh McKenna sends in $9.99. Thank you, Josh. Says, out of curious, how much does a movie need to make for a successful opening weekend? Does it depend on the film? Damien Leone was thrilled with an $18 million opening. Would that be considered a big success? It all depends on the budget to the opening weekend ratio and how much you spent on marketing and all that kind of stuff. Terrifier 3 was $2.5 million, I think, and who knows what they spent on marketing.
2, I think. It was
or 2.
And yeah, they would have spent, maybe they spent 4 or 5 on it or something like that globally.
Yeah.
He would have been delighted because he owns that. And
that's right.
The distribution company would have got a fee to release the film for him. Maybe a percentage of the box office. But he is going to be a very rich man off the back of that film, because I think it's crossed 50 already.
It has 50 million 50, worldwide. 60,
yeah. And for a $2 million budget, which it's just incredible. It really is. And smart, because he could have given in to the studios and he didn't. And it was interesting. I can't remember. Oh, it was your buddies. I've really kind of taken to the Death Curse Society.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah, those guys. They're really good. I've been listening to a lot of their stuff recently.
They're,
one of their
they're
guys,
really nice guys.
Zigzag, or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
He said that what he thinks will happen is that we'll get Terrifier 4.
Yeah.
He'll then go and do a couple of studio movies, which will probably fail.
Right.
And then he'll come back to Art the Clown again.
Maybe.
Which is possible. I could see that happening.
Yep.
I could see that happening, because whilst these Terrifier movies have been incredibly successful, he's not the greatest director in the world or the greatest writer in the world. So it's a huge jump for him to be able to, go and do a studio picture. If he's going to do his own stuff, to take to a studio.
Right.
He's just going to take on a script that someone's written, then, fine. But he's done incredibly well, but I still think he's got a lot to learn.
Right. Well,
especially after seeing Terrifier 3,
Let's pause that for just a sec. Here's our favorite shot, Darren, or one of our favorite shots.
Here we go.
Oh, yes. So great.
Yeah. My mask just arrived. I haven't opened it yet. The Hallway Reaper mask arrived.
Ooh, I can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That low angle shot when he's walking towards the camera and the fuzzy of the hair all kind of sticking out. It's so good.
It's things like that as well with the hair.
Yeah.
Was that a conscious effort to kind of do that, to scrunch it up and make it stick out at the sides and lift at the back slightly? And, or
what?
was it just the aftermath of pulling it on and setting it on his head?
I'm going to say it was just the aftermath. It's a low budget shoot, late 70s. You hear them talk about it today and they're like, it's only in retrospect, because we're able to look at this from a different perspective and through, a different lens, and analyze and stop and rewind and pause and get all crazy and fandom and sweaty nerdy on it. But then when they're making this, he's just taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, putting it. That's why in some of the shots you see a bit of the paint on the neck starts to get removed a bit, because he's handling it, and the oils on his skin, on his fingertips. He's they're not constantly now Christopher Nelson would be like, "Hey James, you got a bit of that skin showing on the neck, hang on." You know what I'm saying? Like, they'd be so hyper aware of that. But back then, no, I think the hair is just it looks like it was teased, but I don't think it was. I think it's just the way of it was, because they were taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, putting it on, and it just worked. They didn't care.
It was interesting. It gets me every time, does that stab to the chest.
Yeah.
It was interesting listening to when we had Chris Nelson on our channel and listening to him, because I asked him, there are lots of shots of you standing there with Michael adjusting the mask and everything. And what is it you're doing? What is it you're looking for each time?
Right.
And he just said there's a lot of things to take into consideration. It has to sit right. The hair has to be perfect. It has to be strapped into a certain. The collars have to be at a certain angle, and there's a whole look which they kind of tailor to Michael nowadays, which obviously they didn't do back then at all. They just it was just he's got the suit on, let's put the mask on, go. That's it. Now everything is kind of has to look perfect, and the hair has to be a certain way, and
because it has to look like this, and and even how he walks. I mean, he was just walking. He wasn't, I mean, there's a few things that he added, of course, the sitting up and the turning very, robotically. Like, yeah, sure. I mean, there's intention there, but generally speaking, he was just walking.
Yeah.
This is so great. What makes this shot so particularly great is she's in focus, he's out of focus. They don't pull focus. When he sits up, you could have racked and you could have pulled focus to him, but they don't. They just leave him as a soft focus, and it looks so much eerier.
Yeah.
So great. Keldon sends in $5.
Did Nick do that setup?
I think he did. Yep.
He did.
Yep, for sure. Did you notice in 2018 that the long shot was a recreation of the beginning of Halloween 2? That's why Michael stabs a girl in the throat. 18 long shot.
Oh, I see what you mean. The one.
Oh yes, yeah. And I believe this is Nick Castle as well. I don't think this is Tony Moran. I think Tony Moran is just the lifting of the mask. It's just the face. Like this might even be Nick here. I'm not sure. This might be Tony, but who knows? Here he is, Tony Moran, ladies and gentlemen. There he is, the big Tony. The big Tony, folks. Where are we here? I hit the wrong button, damn it.
You nearly started the show again.
I nearly started the show again. God damn it. Where are we here? Oh, well, hang on. Here it is.
So, do you guys see her tits?
There we go. There it is. Good night, everybody. That really was Tony Moran. If you know, you know. I'll just say that. If you know, you know. Here comes the line. It was the boogeyman. As a matter of fact, it was. That's right. What did you say? What? Oh my goodness. Ah, it's so great.
Mm-hmm.
And this could have been it. This could have been the end.
Could have.
There it is. And then in the sequel, he's got different lapels and the grass is growing on the lawn. Now, I asked Donald, you can play this two ways. You can play this, I knew he'd be gone, or I'm not, or oh my God, he's gone. And I'll let you figure out which one he did. Oh yeah, it's such a great ending. And like I've said to so many people, that really is the end of the story. When you take it in its original intent, because she has an arc. She doesn't believe in the boogeyman. And then at the end of the movie, oh my God, it was the boogeyman. As a matter of fact, it was. And that's it. That's the arc. That's the end of the movie. And you see these shots of where he's been and you hear the breathing to signify that he's still out there. He will always be out there. He's everywhere. He's the boogeyman. And that's it. You don't need a sequel, really.
Can you imagine we didn't have the sequel? Do you think that without the sequels, would this movie be as beloved today? Would we still be watching it today like this?
I don't know if it would be as beloved, but I will say that I think it will still be, it would still be revered as a classic because of the success that it had. It became the highest grossing independent movie in history at that. Like, I think independent period, horror or not, I think at that time, it made like $50 million at, the worldwide box office, which was or at the box office, which was insane, absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And so if it never had a sequel, I think it still would have been looked at as, oh, Halloween, that little movie, that was huge. But would Michael be would Halloween be Halloween? Probably not. I mean,
Yeah.
but it would always be that great old movie from the 70s or something. I don't know. It's interesting. But
it is. It's because, sometimes I think that there's more love for this film because it stands at the side of a bunch of sequels that aren't that great.
Yeah.
And so people appreciate this a hell of a lot more than what they do, 5, 6, 7, whatever.
That's right.
So the attention's on it more, I think.
That's right.
But if there wasn't a franchise,
yeah,
would we still be sitting here tonight watching this? Interesting.
Probably not. Probably not. Probably not.
I mean, we'd still probably love the film, but
for sure,
it wouldn't have the legacy that it has.
That's it.
Do you know what I mean? It's
yeah. No, I agree. I absolutely agree. But that was Halloween 1978. Darren, thank you so much for joining me. I mean, you're welcome to stick around for Halloween too, but I understand that it's late.
I can stand this for. Let me see if I can go on a little bit further. I'm actually not too tired, so I'm sure my wife's gone to bed now. So
well, let me
be ashamed to disturb her at this time, wouldn't it? It'd be better to do it at 3 o'clock in the morning, I think.
Exactly. You go in, you tickle her toes. Let me just switch over to the, hang on, Halloween. Take that one off. Put that one on. Halloween 2.
I got to find my copy of Halloween 2.
I got a different background here now. This is great. You'll help me through the, and here.
If I make it that far.
If you make it that far. That's right. We'll see. I'll just, if I notice you're starting to fade, I'll just continue to talk louder. Darren! Let me see here. I got to take off this one. Oh, no, that's for Halloween 4. And put that one.
God, where is it?
There we go. Okay, let me get Halloween 2. Oh, did I close the whole thing down? Hang on a second here. Let me just open this up here.
There it is.
All right, 1 second here. Halloween 2. There it is. Oh, why are there 2?
Got it.
I see. Okay, 1 second here. Okay, let me just... Okay, I'm going to pause it. I'm just going through the logos here. Entertainment 1. Let me just pause this.
Entertainment 1?
Yeah, I'm watching off Prime. Okay, now hang on. The Dimension logo is just about to come up onto the screen.
Dimension?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why is it Dimension?
Have you got the Rob Zombies Halloween 2?
No, this is... hang on a sec. Maybe this is. It is.
Have you just rented the wrong fucking movie?
No, I didn't. It's the cover for this. At first, I was like, Dimension? The cover for this is the other Halloween 2, the one I want. So let me just, hang on. Prime has screwed up here. It's telling me it's the, hang on a sec here. Let me get I'm going to get it, folks. Sit tight. This is your intermission. This is when you can go pee now. This is when you go pee. Halloween 2. Craig Psychopath Michael was still very much alive. And Revenge, John Carter. Yeah, okay, here we go. Let me, hang on a sec here.
I've paused after the Universal logo.
After the Universal logo. Okay, I was just going to say, thought it was Universal. All right, let me do this. Okay. All right, continue. I do have to rent this one. Oh, that's no big deal. That's all right. Hang on. It says renting movie. Okay. Play movie. Let me just... So it's after the Universal logo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. 1 second here. All right. I pause it after the Universal logo as well.
And then it should just open straight up on the Sandman.
That's right. Yep. Okay. And then put that over here where we are. Put that up.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
Is everybody ready? Hang on a sec. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Here we go.
Haddonfield, Illinois. Bum 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 bum. Straight away, we're going to be talking about lapels. Oh, God.
Someone else messaged me the other day and said, since you mentioned that, Darren, I can't fucking unsee it now.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And there it is. And, of course, you can't unsee him walking up the ramp either when he's walking.
Yeah.
Backwards.
Yeah.
And this is a different take. I don't know if they reshot this or if this is just a different take from the first movie.
This right here?
Yes, because she says...
a different take?
Yes, because in the original, she just says, I want you to go down the street to Mackenzie's house. I want you to tell them to call, please send them over here. Okay. And then in this one, she says the same thing, but then as they're about to leave, she says, go. She doesn't say go in the original, or it's back to front. She says go in the original, but she doesn't say go here.
Back then, but because she doesn't have the wig on.
No, she doesn't.
So maybe it's just an alternate take.
Ah, you're right. You're right. She doesn't have the wig on. So it is. It's an alternate take. That's a dead giveaway. I forgot to look for the wig.
Yeah.
That's right.
What I noticed as well the other day was I was looking at a Tony Moran clip online, and he was selling stills of himself lifting the mask up and everything, and that shot of him and John Carpenter and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. There's also, he's selling a still of a shot of, when Michael's getting shot and he's going like that.
That's not him.
That's not you, for fuck's sake.
No. That's either Castle or Wilburn.
Oh yeah, Jim Winburn. Yeah,
Winburn, not Wilburn. Yeah. Wilburn. I'm combining Wilbur and Winburn. And he shoots him actually 7 times.
And they don't use his face in here.
They don't.
Do you notice that?
Yeah.
They
cut him
fall
off.
short of showing Tony Moran's face in Halloween 2.
They do. Now, is this Dick here? Is this Dick that did the fall? You think
that is Dick? That is Dick Warlock. Yeah, because he's talked about the ramp that they built to do the stunt. So,
gotcha. Yeah.
I guess they save money by not having to, use Tony Moran's likeness in this film. Although, is he in the credits as Tony Moran in Halloween 2?
Yeah, he is. And they make this, I don't understand. They made a mistake in the end credits of the original Halloween, which obviously mistakes happen all the time in credits, but they're the lapels. And what's with this? I find this so comical. I think this would have been a lot better if it was just an empty, front yard, and he walks over, and what tells him Michael is there is not the Snow Angel imprint, this cartoon, Looney Tunes imprint of Michael Myers. It's just the blood. Yeah. It's the blood. Yeah. He puts his hand down and he looks at the blood. He's like, oh my God. You know what I mean? That's much more effective and much more eerie than this Looney Tunes Bugs Bunny cardboard cutout of his body on the grass. It's just like he wasn't lying on the grass long enough for his weight to leave that kind of an imprint. It's just silly. It's just ridiculous to me. Yeah, but it doesn't ruin the movie or anything. It's just kind of silly.
No.
Hey, what's going on out here? Oh, this is such a great moment, though.
It's. I wonder why they changed the guys. Why they dubbed over with Tommy Lee Wallace.
Maybe because the guy in the trailer was maybe just for the trailer.
Aggressive. Yeah, the voice is aggressive in the trailer as well, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's I've been trick-or-treated to death tonight.
Yeah.
You don't know what death is. This is still
they've done that old Hollywood thing there, whereas one is first, but the other's higher.
There you go.
That's taken from the Towering Inferno, because Steve McQueen and Paul Newman, the 2 studios that came together to make the film. One was signed to one studio. I think McQueen was with Warner's. Paul Newman was with Fox or something like that. The two studios came together to make the film. They couldn't decide who should be credited first, so they put one first and one higher.
Interesting.
And they all have. Yeah, this isn't on Halloween related, but McQueen and Newman in A Towering Inferno have exactly the same number of words spoken in the film.
Wow, and that would have been in their contract.
Yeah. Well, you can have more dialogue than I've got.
That's right.
It was that kind of thing because they were the two biggest stars in Hollywood at the same time.
Wow.
They speak exactly the same amount of words as each other in that film.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. This is, I forget what I was going to say earlier before I got sidetracked by the Looney Tunes Snow Angel, but this soundtrack, the Halloween 2 soundtrack is, it's brilliant. And it stands out as being like, even amongst all the Halloween sequels, it's very much its own sound, its own feeling, its own thing. It's very great.
Oh, it's great.
It's great. Yeah.
And all the cast of this were all Rick Rosenthal's school buddies or college buddies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Gloria Gifford, Leo Rossi.
Okay.
What was her name as well? The girl who plays Janet. She was part of them as well.
Right. PJ sends in a super chat. Thanks again, buddy. Says, here's my question. If Carpenter hadn't released Halloween 3 with no Michael Myers, would there have been such an outcry from fans? If he had released Halloween, if Carpenter hadn't released Halloween 3, but you got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 lines there, but I think you mean 3. With no Michael Myers, would there have been an outcry from fans? Well, probably not. If Michael had been in the movie. Yeah, no, I think if Halloween 3 had Michael in it, then yeah, we probably would be in a very different situation. Now, I've actually never been to this location, Darren. You've
Frank and I crept through. We did it in the daytime, and what was really freaky was we walked up this back alley here. Mm-hmm. And as Frank and I walked up it, I shit you not, a dog barked. Just like this. Just exactly like that.
Oh my God.
That dog, Frank. And he was like, fucking hell, that's weird.
That is weird.
But then they took us, when we did the Buccaneer on the Sunday evening with Atkins, they took us on a walking tour of the area at night. And we were creeping around, like 50 of us, creeping around the back alleyway here and peering over people's gardens into their houses and things. It was weird. It was a great little tour, but I just was like, my God, I know they've been welcoming, but I don't want us hanging around their back doors at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
It was bizarre, but great fun. Really
That's
great
cool.
fun because there's
That's
so
really cool.
many movies shot in this area. It's like Psycho 3. I think it was one of the John Hughes films. The houses at the top of the. I think it's Pretty in Pink House.
Oh,
it's
okay.
just at the top of the road here.
Yeah, there's
so many movies that are shot in this part of Pasadena.
Yeah,
Sierra
there's
Madre.
so many.
It's a beautiful little area.
Yeah.
And of course the fog as well.
Of course. You want mayonnaise on your sandwich? Hey. Tyler Davis just sends in $4.99. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that very much.
I like that. It's the same dog. He's fucking old. Someone says in the chat.
It's the same dog. It is. It's the exact same dog. Brandon, that's great. That's great. It's the exact same dog. Exact same.
Plastic Warlock.
Yeah.
I really like him as Michael. I think he does.
I do too.
He does a good job.
I think he's
sometimes
good.
I don't get the criticism of him. Sometimes
Yeah, I mean, outside, his movements are a little more robotic than Nick's, but outside of that, I mean, and even that is like, there's only one part that I think it's really noticeable. It's when he's walking down the stairs and we're looking up at him and he's not even looking where he's going. He's just kind of doing this stare kind of thing. But beyond that, I mean, his walk doesn't bother me too much.
Yeah.
Like this walk here, it doesn't really, doesn't really bother me really. Now
it's good.
I think this was added in. This was not in the script. I think Carpenter shot this, right?
Yeah. This is a reshoot. There were a few reshoots done for this. This was added in because it doesn't make any sense.
No.
He's going out of his way to kill this girl, whereas everyone else he kills is kind of in his way.
That's right. That's right.
And it doesn't make any sense that he would just go into this house randomly and
that's it.
But it is one of my favorite kills.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good moment. It's shot well. Did Carpenter direct this reshoot?
Yes.
I think he did.
Yeah, they it's interesting because I just watched a Halloween 2 documentary today. Rosenthal had no idea about this. He had no idea that that Jimmy dies at the end of this. Or supposedly dies.
Right.
In his version, Jimmy lived, but obviously the film was kind of taken off him while Carpenter sorts it out.
Right.
There's an interview on there with the Mark Goldblatt, the editor, and he says that they removed 15 minutes from it and then went and did reshoots.
Wow.
So I'd love to see that footage. I mean, some of it is in the TV cut. We know there's some of the stuff in the TV cut, the different angles and shots and stuff that we don't see in this version in the TV cut. Only little bits, but nothing that amounts to 15 minutes.
Right.
And there's that whole sequence about the journey to the hospital, whereas Michael's in the boot of the car.
That's right.
And kills somebody kills a trucker on the side of the road, and there was all this kind of stuff and. Whether that I know for sure was scripted, and I think some of it was shot. So whether that was stuff that was pulled out,
interesting.
I don't know.
Interesting. And do we even know that this is Dick Warlock here? The playing.
I think he did everything.
Okay. So he came back to do the reshoots as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
he was confused. If you watch the documentary, he says that we went back to shoot one day and because they were all really good pals with Rick Rosenthal.
Right.
They were all his buddies.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like that situation, whereas Richard Donner was removed off of Superman 2.
Yeah.
Halfway through.
Yeah.
And everybody went back to work, apart from Gene Hackman, who refused to go back, and that's why. The rest of the movie you see from the back of his head pretty much all the time. He refused to work with Richard Lester.
Yeah.
And in this, they turned up to set one day, and John Carpenter was there, and there was no Rick Rosenthal.
Interesting.
And it was a shock to him.
Yeah.
How the movie had turned out. He said because nobody had there were a lot of. With the original Halloween, it was fairly straightforward because you just had Owen Yablans and Mustafa Akkad. With this, you had the same, but Dino De Laurentiis thrown in there as well.
That's right.
And so they were all pulling each other in different directions.
Yeah.
Dino De Laurentiis hated the coin in the mouth and wanted it taken out. Not the coin, the razor in the mouth. Sorry.
Right.
The razor in the mouth, wanted it taken out. But John and Deborah really liked that moment and so fought for it to be kept in.
Right. Fascinating. Yeah, it makes, and look at Halloween Resurrection. I mean, what other films has Rick Rosenthal and by the way, he is a very sweet man. I met him at the 40th anniversary convention. He's married to Nancy Stevens. And I believe, right? Yeah, he's married to Nancy Stevens. Yeah. And I met them both. I think there's a video on my channel. I think it's during a live feed that I was doing from the 40th, and I had come up upon them on their at their table. Speaking of the fog and the little kid and the razor blade, here it is. and they were very sweet, and they were eating lunch, and I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, like, oh, no, that's okay. And we just had a good laugh about the lunch and the food they were eating, and very, very, very sweet. But I don't know if I've ever seen anything outside of Halloween 2 and Resurrection. I'm sure he has directed other films.
He has. He did. He did a movie in.
He did Superman 4. No.
Yeah, he did a film with Sean Penn called Bad Boys. Which was this gang thing back in the early 80s. But he also did, and not many people know that this exists, he did a sequel to The Birds called Land's End.
Okay.
The Birds 2 Land's End, which I think was a TV movie, if I remember right. But it had, I need to check on this, but I'm pretty sure that Tippi Hedren was in it. Yes, she is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she is in it from the original Birds. But yeah, it was a bit short-lived, was his directing career, and that's why I thought it was a really odd choice when they brought him back for Resurrection, because he hadn't exactly set the world alight with his previous movies, but
no.
Interesting.
So yeah. Well, you know what? It's funny. I mean, despite the reshoots, and despite sort of maybe the maybe some of the wonkiness of this movie because of that, it's funny, I still think it's the best sequel. It's my favorite sequel.
Yeah. Oh, it is, and there's a ton of plot holes in it. You can pick holes with it. It's like it's Halloween night. People are out getting drunk, crazy. Kids are, hospitals are full on Halloween night.
Yeah, that's right.
People throwing fireworks in the UK, that kind of stuff, and there's not one other patient in this hospital.
No, not at all. The doctor's completely inebriated.
Babies.
Yeah.
And as Frank always says, when we look at this film, did all those babies die in that explosion? Did they?
No, I don't think so, because the explosion is coming from a certain part of the a certain part of the hospital, right? Like the whole hospital didn't blow up. You know what I mean? So it's
we
probably
never see anyone get them out of there.
No, that's true. Maybe they did. Maybe they all died. That's all right. I'm for I'm for killing kids. John George sends in $9.99. Thank you, John. Says Nancy Loomis on the phone. Nancy Loomis on the phone in this movie?
In Halloween 3, I think.
Oh, Halloween 3?
She's terrible in that.
Oh, yeah, she is. You couldn't have fired 6 shots. I'm telling you, I started firing. You couldn't have. No man could take 6. What did you say? 6 slots? Slugs. 6 slugs. Listen, I thought you were a sensual doctor. I even went home and put on some cologne.
70s cologne.
It's brute.
What else? Mandate.
Mandate. Maybe it's
Old
just
Spice.
deodorant.
Yeah,
Old Spice. Yeah.
High karate.
High karate. Yeah. Was Drakkar Noir around then?
This is really sad, but I remember when my nan died, and every Christmas she would buy me and my dad high karate.
Aww.
And I sat in a bar with my dad after she died, and we were having a drink, and he just turned to me and he said, "Well, there's one good thing come out of your nan dying." And I went, "What's that, Dad?" And he went, "No more fucking high karate for Christmas."
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, hey, Ben Tramer.
Here we go.
Here it comes. I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna fucking kill this innocent bastard. Boom. Now that's Dick Warlock driving the police car, right?
It is. It is. And he said that this was a more difficult stunt to choreograph than the firewalk was.
I bet.
Because he said, at least with the firewalk, it's just myself that I really have to worry about.
Right.
But with this, he said, I'm hitting a guy in the chest, as and it's sped up as that shot when he gets hit, but he was doing it at like 5-6 mile an hour or something like that. But still, you can still get hurt.
That's right. Yeah.
And they attached a kind of ramp on the floor so that he could stand on the ramp.
Yeah, there's Dick Warlock right there.
There he is. There he is.
There's Michael. He's right there. He's dressed as a cop. It's so funny.
A lot of people are really critical about the fact that Ben Tramer's sat up after being slammed into the...
Yeah, I think it's just a continuity error. I don't think he actually sat up, like he put himself back up. I think he fell over or whatever, I don't know if that was it probably wasn't an actual, it probably was just like a prop, a body that's on fire.
Yeah.
And I think when they yelled cut and maybe they broke for lunch and they came back and they're rearranging, hey, let's get the shot of him up on the, you know what I mean? It's just continuity. Yeah. Somebody wasn't paying attention. Or they just thought this would look better for cinema. If he's just up against so they took a creative liberty and thought it's going to look good. So they did. Oh, Mike Brady.
You have a Canadian super chat there, Dave.
Do I? Oh, yeah, Kelvonix. Kelvonix, what's going on, buddy? Fellow Canuck from Vancouver. Says, my plans fell through tonight and was sad, but then I'm hanging out with two of my favorite YouTubers watching my favorite movies while eating peanut butter cups. Not a bad night after all. Nope, it's not. Wish I had some peanut butter cups. Oh, well.
Glad it all worked out for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's interesting looking at her. We all go on about the wig, but I also think facially she's kind of matured as well.
Yeah, she's got
she
bolder
was kind of a
features.
teenager in the other film. Now she's kind of a woman.
Yeah.
3 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's Jimmy.
Jimmy. Frank always thinks that he's a bigger pervert than Bud is Jimmy.
Is he?
He's the stealthy one.
I mean, how old is she here? She's 17, right? Something like that.
In real life, in the film,
in the film, yeah.
In the film, yeah, she would be 17.
17. He's like
I know he was 20
okay.
when they shot this.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
okay. I love when this guy says, what does he say? I'm paraphrasing. He's like, people and cars, people and cars. He says something. He says it back to back. There's Dana Carvey.
He had a bigger role in it initially.
He did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Here comes, it's Annie. What? I need to see if this is my daughter. Watch her eyeballs move. She doesn't blink, obviously, because her eyes are closed, or her eyes are open. Now, when he closes them, she moves her eyeballs. She moves her eyes under the lid, so you see them. You see them move. I believe that's what it is, right? Right. Yeah, there. Yeah,
you can just see it very slightly.
Very slightly.
You had one fucking job, Nancy.
I know.
One job,
Nancy. You were a day player on this movie. What did they pay you? Maybe $500 for this? Jeez. I don't know what SAG day rates were then, but probably was something like that.
Well, she was all part of the clique, wasn't she? She probably, they were, I don't know. He'd just done the fog, hadn't he? And he probably said, oh, come over and do this.
Yeah. Tommy's like, yeah, then we can go to the Myers house. And... Oh, my God.
Reese says Brackett's mutton chops aren't as big in this movie either.
Oh, the sideburns? Or yeah. I've never heard them referred to that before.
Mutton chops?
Mutton chops. No.
No,
it must be
a couple of lamb chops.
Oh, that's funny. I had them trimmed. I think Officer Hunt...
I also think Donald is heavier in this film as well than he is in the...
He might be. He might be. He's not as sensual in this film as he is in the first one.
Not as sensual.
Officer Hunt is a good character. I think he's a... Yeah. I wish we could have seen more of him, actually.
Yes.
No,
he just kind of vanishes.
He does.
he doesn't. You know, there's. I think it's after the scene in the break-in in the school, isn't it?
Yeah.
You never see him again.
You
Or do you
don't.
see him at the end? Is he there at the end when the?
Oh, he is there at the end.
At the end,
because I think he says how many, and then his buddy's like 10, maybe more. I think
10 babies.
Yeah. Can you imagine how many? 10 babies. What? maybe more. Oh my God. How did the babies die? I don't know. Oh my God, that's so good. That's so good.
So this area here where she is the area where the Buccaneer is from Halloween 3 is just over the road there. And
that's really cool.
Yeah.
And where is the fog? Where's the fog? Where's the
fog,
church from the fog?
Church is just where the car's coming from now.
Yeah, yep.
If you're walking towards the hospital, don't go that way, but walk kind of straight ahead.
Okay.
So if you walk into the hospital, you're going off to the left.
Yeah.
You go straight ahead, you go down the hill, and the fog church, I believe, is the grave. No, sorry, that's the graveyard.
Ah, okay.
The graveyard's down there. The fog church is left up as if you walk into the hospital. It's up the hill there.
Cool. That's cool.
And
I never even think to check that out.
Yeah, it's not that far at all. It's literally like a 5-minute walk.
That's cool.
And I also remember, I've said this before on our channel, but I'll say it now. We went in the fog church. It was really cool. We took photos in there and everything. We got in the car and Frank said, right, you want to go to the lighthouse? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. So we punched it in the sat nav. We punched it in the
way
sat nav,
far away.
and it was a fucking 9-hour drive. Maybe we'll not bother with the lighthouse.
You turn to Frank and say, I would go, but I don't know if I could stand 9 hours with you in a car. I don't. And that's 9 hours there. That's 9 hours. That's 18 hours.
It's 18 hours.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing I actually looked at. I didn't think about the church or the graveyard from the fog, but I remember when I was in LA a few years.
The graveyard from Halloween.
Excuse me, the graveyard from Halloween. Yeah. Right. But I remember before I had left to go to Los Angeles, and I was looking up some filming locations. I remember the same thing. I remember looking at, I wonder where the lighthouse is. It's probably just on, the Pacific Highway there, up the street, maybe past Malibu a little bit, around the corner. So take an hour to get and I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I can't. I mean, I can't. I'm not. What? You have to be in that area, in order, or you make it a big thing out of it. You know what I mean? But
I would love to go there one day.
I'd love to see it. It looks so beautiful.
Although that walk.
Down
the stairs and everything.
So cool. If it's open, because sometimes it's closed because of the wind and everything. But if it was open and you were allowed to walk down there, oh my God, it looks so beautiful.
It does.
There he is, Mr. Garrett. Now, Halloween 2 came out in 81. Friday the 13th, Part 2 came out in 81. And both of these movies have similar heftier, stockier sort of men of authority who get hit in the head with a hammer.
Yes. Yeah. Has your counter stopped, Dave?
No, it should still be going. Oh, it should still be going. Oh, I don't know why it does that. I've noticed that too, that it'll freeze and then it'll pick up like 10 seconds later. Okay. Like it always picks up where it should be, but sometimes it stops for a moment and I don't know why. Like it's done it right now.
What? I just accidentally hit my, closed down my video, but I'm back up and running now. What's your timestamp on yours?
About 28 minutes and 40 seconds. We're in the
40 seconds.
Yeah, we're in the it's Bud and Janet and Jimmy. She's talking about how she thinks her friend saw him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's where we are. Yeah, I don't know why my timer does that. That's so weird. I wonder if it's something to do with the fact that I'm. Yeah, see, then now it jumped and now it's back again.
Free. It's shareware.
Yeah, that's what it is. Well, always know that when it freezes, wait about 5 seconds and it'll reset to where it's supposed to be, and then it might freeze again and whatever.
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay.
I gotta buy one. Amazing Pamela Shoop, ladies and gentlemen, Pamela Shoop.
You know, they were initially. What was the song he was initially going to sing? He had to sing something that was public domain. And the first, there was another track that they asked him to sing first, and it didn't work. So
there was a man from Nantucket. No. I forget what it was, but you're right.
I can't believe he's smoking weed in the hotel. I mean, I know it's legal in California now, but Jesus. I mean, it's not even supposed to be California either, is it?
No, it's not.
Chicago.
Yeah. Illinois, Haddonfield. He's in the hospital. Like what?
Yeah, he's got those kind of tweezer things that he's smoking it with as well.
Yeah. Just smoke in the hospital. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Leanna Beveridge. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Says, we need a Bud spinoff. I think we do. This is where he goes into where the children are. Actually, this should have been the hallway where the explosion happened. This hallway here
is the hallway
where the explosion happened. And then when there's the explosion, you hear ah. Oh God, that would have been awful. Oh my God, I'm getting dark. I'm getting really dark now, ladies and gentlemen. That would have been awful.
Is that what it's called? A roach clip? Okay.
Roach clip? Oh.
A roach clip for the weed.
The weed.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. Look at all these babies. And here. There's nobody around. Right here. Yeah, and I like how you can see Michael though through the reflection of the window. I like how you can see him.
Oh, you could?
Yeah. Look, when you're with the ladies.
Oh, there, look, you can see him through there.
That's right.
I never noticed that before.
Never noticed it? No, you can see him, and then he turns to leave. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, look at that.
I never saw him stood there before. Look, you can see him move out.
Yep.
Ah, wow.
You've never noticed that?
I've never noticed that before.
Yes.
It's so faint.
Yep. There you go, folks. I brought something to Darren's attention he's never noticed before in Halloween 2. Well,
wow.
there was something that you did that with me earlier, and I forget what it was, too. I was like, really? It was the sensual doctor. I think it was the sensual doctor.
The sensual doctor.
Yeah. There was something, though. There was something.
Poor Warren. He was laughing, though, in the chat.
So he was. Oh, yeah. No, he thinks it's great. Hey, listen, Warren, I think you should take that to Malik and then, just reap the benefits with the royalty.
I am glad I stayed up, Brandon. Yeah. Learned something new.
There it is. You wouldn't have noticed otherwise. I also met what's her face there who plays Mrs. Alves. She was very nice. Again, I'm talking about when I met these people, it was at the 40th. But she was very nice.
Gifford, was it?
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. She looked very good for her age. Actually, she looked great. Aging very gracefully.
Liana, he deserved to have his fingers licked. He put in more work than Michael.
Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Still got 175 people in here. This is great.
That's excellent.
I think we peaked at like 195 or something. We didn't quite hit 200, but that's all right.
Yeah.
175 is good.
And Dave, where you're not even at the halfway point yet.
Nope, I'm not. Yep. I noticed you took you out of the equation really fast.
Yeah.
Nope.
I love Halloween 4, but maybe not tonight.
No, that's quite all right. I will take over. I'll take over the captain chair. Wait a minute, this is my channel.
It's like 9:30 in Canada right now?
It is not 9:30. Yeah.
Right. It's 1:30 a.m. here. It would have been 2:30, but our clocks went back an hour the other day, which I gather yours are doing that next week or something?
This Saturday.
This Saturday, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll be back to 5 hours apart in a couple of days.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know what? I never noticed how bad that wig is until you really just look at it.
It's terrible. It looks like don't put it near a flame at all. Jesus Christ, she'll go up bigger than Michael.
It's true. It's true. I think she should have. I think she should have gone up with him. And then she went in to try to rescue all the babies, and it just didn't happen. Oh God, we're coming up to the. If anybody needs to go pee, this is the moment where you're going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
This is it from this moment forward, right here. Okay, anybody want to go pee yet? You can go pee right here. Not going to miss much.
Oh, my first yawn.
Oh, it's coming in. The first yawn's coming in. That's all right. It's understandable. Well, and it just so happened to happen at this moment.
Yeah.
So it's like your body was getting ready for the slow part of Halloween 2, but we got to get through it. We got to get through it. Anybody got any super chats? Anybody got any questions?
What YouTube have done? YouTube have done this new thing where you can with the super chats.
Yeah,
where
goal.
You can set a goal. You can set a target for super chats on a stream.
Yes, I see it at the top here. I don't know what the hell it is. I just see goal.
So you can set a target for super chats in order to unlock something that you might want to do later in the stream. So I'm not going to talk about the Halloween TV series until I get to $100 in super chats.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, it feels a little like panhandly,
like
you know?
Begging, yeah.
Like I should be out at Times Square dressed as Mickey Mouse or something, or maybe Piccadilly Circus, and there I am. I don't know. Do they have panhandlers out? Not panhandlers.
Oh, they do.
You know,
yeah.
They
do. Well, it was me on Halloween.
Oh, well, there you
Going
go.
out knocking on doors.
We have them here too at Dundas Square, which is like our Times Square and that kind of thing. I don't know how I feel about that. Well, listen, if we get to $1,000 in super chats tonight, I'll get naked. And
it could have been happening when you were doing the campaign for Billy, but
that's true.
Just on a regular stream, just kind of like putting a target for super chats there. No. Super chats aren't something that we expect. There's just a kind of, they're just, a nice.
Exactly.
A bonus if people feel like it.
It's a nice thing that people do to say, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate your time, or I appreciate your channel, whatever it is. It's just nice. It's not like I'm not doing okay. I'm live. I'm not going to start talking until we get to $500 in super chats. And I just sit here quietly, just waiting.
That's YouTube. That's their ignorance. Oh, I should be careful what I say. That is though, because obviously they take a 30% cut of that, and so they're trying to egg people on to kind of panhandle, as you say.
That's it. That's it. I gotta have a sign behind me. That's what it's got to be. God, this scene is still going.
Sign behind me. We'll fuck for food.
It's just there. I don't draw any attention to it. I don't acknowledge it. It's just like right here. It's right here. It's right here. It's just this big sign right here. I don't draw attention to it at all. It says, Oh my God, that's good. That's good. Fast forwards 289, sends in $4.99 and says, "Happy Halloween, Dave and Darren. Great live stream. Was glad to see you decided to do this with the best 3 Halloweens, hands down." Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Yeah. Well, I couldn't do any more. I wasn't even going to do 3, but I chose these 3 because they are my 3 favorites, and also because they're easy watch. Apart from the slog we're getting through here at the moment, they're easy watches. I mean, they sort of just breeze. It's not like, I don't think I could do the David Gordon Green trilogy. I think that would be, because there's more happening. It would just be, they're longer films. It would just be more intense. These are just, you can put them on and just kind of have them on in the background because we know them so well. So it's fun. Yeah. It's fun.
I watched 2018 tonight, actually.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you said you did.
I kind of enjoyed it. Yeah.
Oh, I still think it's the best of the trilogy, I think. I think.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is, but there's still some really questionable moments in there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There is. There's some yeah. No, you're right. Calvonics Music sends in $5. Thanks, buddy. Says it's only 6:30 p.m. in Vancouver, Darren. Pretend you are here and stay for Halloween 4. That's right.
God,
yeah.
No. I still have to work in the morning. I do have to work from home, but yeah, I have to be up in
It's got to be up in 3 hours.
6 hours. Yeah.
When you get up, I'll still be going.
Yeah. You'll be on resurrection.
Yeah, I will. Yeah. Scott Mariano, I think. $9.99. Thanks, buddy. Says, hey guys, have you ever wondered why the Wallace house was on the Halloween 4 poster? No, I think it's just sort of the same reason why the mask from the first. I think it was just artwork that was created completely separately from any sort of, detail of the film. I don't think it was. I think somebody was tasked to draw up artwork, key art for the movie, and they referenced the 2 films that came prior, and I think that's probably what happened. I don't know, Darren. Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, I just think it's it was how many years since they'd done the last Halloween film? 8 years.
7
I
years.
think that 7 years. The mask and the dollhouse and all that kind of stuff were just. I think it was a callback, an easy way to get people back on board because
That's it.
neither of those 2 things are in the film.
That's true.
So
It's true. It's true. Hey, Rob 20. Oh no, we got some memberships that were gifted here. Cody Snyder just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Cody. Angel Excellence, Dustin Pritchard, Dean Renner, Rob 28, and Chicken Sandwich was gifted a membership from Cody. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
Chicken sandwich.
Chicken sandwich.
That's really cool.
PJ again sends in $13.99. Thank you, PJ. Says, okay, fine. I'll donate to Dave naked on the stream. Maybe shirtless on second thought. Ooh. That's funny.
Now, did he say heightens or tightens my sense of security there? I can never tell.
I think heightens, right?
Heightens.
Heightens, yeah.
Yeah.
Tightens my sense of sensual security. Sensual security? What the hell does that mean? Liana became a McRae member of level number 1. Thank you, Liana. Or Liana, I think is it. Thank you. Appreciate that very, very much.
Liana's great. She's a great supporter of our channel as well.
Awesome.
Very cool. As is Cody as well. Cody's always gifting memberships on our live streams. He's terrific.
Cody's great. Where are you in the world, right? Or not in the world, but I guess in the US, Cody? Are you still traveling long haul? Are you listening to us from Colorado or Virginia, or I don't know where you are tonight?
He's got to do one of those on the road YouTube channels.
He should call it On the Road. On the Road Horror.
Yeah. On the Road with Cody.
That's it. On the road again. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum, ba-da-da. I got a lighter. I do like, though, how Loomis takes the lighter from Hunt as a means of, it's foreshadowing. Yeah. It's foreshadowing.
Yeah.
He doesn't give the lighter back. Well, what would he have done had he not had that lighter? Maybe he'd have to fart.
Dick Warlock's son. One of these guys. I haven't figured out which one it is. I think it's the one on the right.
Is it the same one that was carrying the boombox?
No, he's 2 sons, and the one with the boombox is one of the sons. This is the other. This guy here, Dick was relying on him to put him out.
Oh,
after the firewalk.
Okay,
he was stood at the side, ready to extinguish him when he finished it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Look Look how quiet. Look how busy that hospital is. It's incredible.
Spike Money. I met TSL at H45. Did we? Oh, that's really cool. Thank you.
That's cool.
Cody says, Darren is peer pressuring me into doing this. You should do it because you've been on plenty of other channels. You've guested on so many different channels now, Cody. You know your shit. Mm-hmm. You should give it a go. I'm not saying stop going on other people's channels. I'm just saying that why waste it? Start your own channel, and you've got a really interesting job. Which, if you have the capacity, the bandwidth, you could really do something interesting on the road. That'd be really cool.
That's true. That is true. Nick Jenny sends in $1.99. Says going to see Ghost next year, Darren. Going to see Ghost next year?
Yes. Their tickets go on sale tomorrow morning, actually. So I may well do that. I have a friend who works at the the venue where they're playing. So I may be able to reach out to him.
Cool. Oh, hey, sorry, Darren, go ahead.
But then I should really pay.
Nah, fuck it. Fuck it.
But then I do things for him, so maybe I won't.
Christopher Feeney sends in a very generous super chat of $50. Thank you, Christopher. Really, really appreciate that. Says, Dave and Darren, happy Halloween. My very first super chat. Even though I've been a fan and following you since 2018 and TSL since their start. My favorite films of the series. It would have been epic had they left it as the Loomis Trilogy. I think it would have been really cool, actually.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher's been a supporter of ours for a while now.
That's really cool.
And he's a man of the cloth as well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Very cool. Well, thank you for the super chat. That means a lot.
Yeah. Very cool. Thank you, Christopher.
Bud and what's her name again? Why am I blanking?
That's Karen.
Karen, that's right. That's right. I had Shoop in my head. It's like, it's not Bud and Shoop.
She almost bought it.
She almost what?
She almost pulled out of this scene.
Botched it.
That's coming up. Yeah.
Really?
Like refused to do it because they'd signed up for the nude scene, the two of them, but he was wearing Speedos and she refused to get in naked. And Rick Rosenthal leant over to Leo Rossi and said, look, can you make her feel a little bit more comfortable here? Will you get in there naked as well? Which he did.
Yeah.
And the water was actually freezing cold. So I don't believe Little Bud was on his best form that day.
He was definitely Little Bud that day.
Yeah. So they and it was the way they tell the story as well is that everybody knew when the scene was going to be, and so all the crew were there and everything.
Right,
it's like,
right.
Gee Christ, just nowadays that would never happen. It'd be a completely closed set. You wouldn't have all these people kind of looking in and
no, you wouldn't. You'd have intimacy coordinators, and you'd have it would be so choreographed, and they'd both be wearing skin colored underwear, and I mean, it would just be,
yeah. But it was interesting the other day when we were chatting. We figured out what Bud gets strangled by. We couldn't figure it out.
Okay.
Why? What is he getting strangled by?
Right.
And somebody in the chat suggested something.
Right.
And I was like, we laughed at it, and then we thought, no, it's right. So when he goes in the back and gets strangled,
right.
I always thought there was some sort of garrote or cheese wire or something like that Michael had. It's her stethoscope.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, she's just taken her clothes off around the back there with a stethoscope was round her neck, and she's put it down, and then Michael uses it to strangle him.
Oh, see, now I've learned something new tonight. I thought it was just like I don't know, just something some utility, some wire or like just something that was in the environment.
Yeah.
And I never questioned it, I guess. But
you know how we verified this as well? We looked at Frank's cardboard cutout.
Are you serious?
She's got the stethoscope around her.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm surprised that water was cold, though. I mean, they should have made it at least. Well, maybe they're saying it's cold.
Yeah, he said it was freezing.
Freezing. Should have warmed that up.
Well, no, if you warm it up, then it's going to miss the camera up, isn't it? So, yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. Yep, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, Brandon's right. I think a stethoscope would probably break as well, but
yeah. Or maybe Michael just is like, "Can I hear your heart?" It's Tommy Lee Wallace's voice. You know what? I think if Michael were to ever speak, he'd sound like Tommy Lee Wallace. That's what it would be. Hi, everybody. You're right. Now I see it. Now I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never questioned it. I just assumed it was something he grabbed from somewhere to strangle him.
Yeah, when she gets dressed, she takes it off and leaves it.
You're right. This is, despite the fact that we do see Michael's eyes, which I'm not a fan of, there's something about seeing his eyes here that doesn't really bother me the way it bothers me in H2O. And maybe it's the way that
the eye holes are bigger in H2O.
I think that's what it is.
A lot bigger. And in this, although you see his eyes, I think he's done something to around the lids and around here. Maybe he's like Batman. Maybe he's put the black shadow on them because you can't see his flesh tones at all. All you see is whites of his eyes.
Right.
And especially, I mean, the best shot of his eyes is when he gets shot and he's kind of looking up like that.
Yes.
And you see the blood pouring down in front of them.
Yeah. And I think too, like that, but you hardly see it, right? Like it's just for a moment. And I think I buy into it. I accept it because despite the fact that, again, Michael is still utilized really well in this film, in terms of shadow and lighting. And he's, I mean, even that shot there, just the mask and how gritty it looks as he's putting her head into the tub and pulling her out. And this master shot, it just looks so eerie with the water and the what is it? The reflection on the wall of the water and just how he's there putting. Michael just looks great, so that when it comes to a moment where you see a bit of his eyes, you're okay. You buy into it because he's utilized so well. And in H2O, it's just not done well. Yeah.
It's and like I say, the eye holes are bigger. You can see his flesh.
His hair is like he's just stuffed into a socket.
With this, all you see is his eyes. You see nothing else. And I think they've blacked out around his eyes just to. You can sort of see that when he gets shot in the head, but and that scene in the hot tub there, I was listening to how they choreographed that. All the work was her ducking her head in and lifting it up.
Yes,
he just kind of went with her movements, but made it look as if it was him pushing.
Yes, we had. On It's Me, Billy Chapter 2, we had a stunt coordinator on set, a very experienced guy who's worked on some of the shows that you'd even know. And for the fight scene between Billy and Sam, and it was my first time working with a stunt coordinator, certainly of his caliber. And we have a lot of BTS of this, which is great. So, I'll eventually release it. But he was working through that and doing the same thing. So when Billy is strangling Sam, it's really Victoria that's in complete control and moving. Yeah, it's all her. It has nothing really to do with him. So it was just fascinating watching him work through that with the actors. Really, really cool stuff. He was a really, really great guy. Really, really experienced.
Yeah. This is the other thing as well. This is like a crime scene, right? They got a guy
It's the
They're
janitor.
smoking. The janitor's buffering the floor, and
I know. Just, who is that guy? Like, I want to know who that guy is back there. Who is that janitor? Get him at a convention. I want the janitor from Halloween 2 he's got more fucking screen time than Tony Moran. Listen, he's just back there. We may not be able to see him, but he's on screen for longer than Tony Moran. I think we should somebody's got to find Sean Clark. Are you watching? Find out who the janitor is and get him to Halloween 50. I'm telling you right now, I want 8x10s of this blurry guy in the background, and I want them signed.
well, I mean, Halloween 50, Halloween 45, there's so many completists out there. They had 2 of the nurses from the deleted scenes, from the TV footage, who were really sweet, dear old ladies now. And they were packing it in all weekend. They had so many people queuing up for them. It was so cool to see.
That's really
because
cool.
It's something new. It's something that those completists that are there don't have.
Wait,
and so,
who were these people again?
There were the 2 nurses that were in the TV scenes from the original Halloween.
Oh, right.
And they were selling out all weekend. It was great to see. It really was.
God, they must have made a fortune. Good for them.
I mean, it's things like, who else could you add in? Like,
I don't know.
I know Sean. I think Sean Clark has said that he's tried to get Michael Myers' dad along.
He has
before.
He has.
But he's just not interested. It's
yeah.
One of the kids was there at H45. Richie, was it? No, which one was Irwin's son? Mickey.
Irwin Yablon's Mickey. Yeah.
So one of the kids that he's with was at H45 for the first time, and again he was really, selling loads of signatures and selfies and things like that.
Right.
And apparently at the end of the weekend said this was just incredible. I'd love to do this again.
I bet.
Because these guys. I mean, I'm not one of these guys, but when these guys wander around with Brett Patrick, for example, Brett, Brett.
Yep.
He has these huge posters which have got everybody's signature on, and if there's one that he can get, he'll go for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, that's great. That's really cool.
It's really cool.
But when you've got a convention full of Brett Patricks,
it's
big business for these guys.
Oh, for
it's
sure.
Terrific.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite moments in all of Halloween 2. Is the moment here with Janet when she backs up into the wall, and Dick Warlock, Michael Myers, slowly emerges from the darkness. Here it comes, folks. Here it comes. It's so good. Oh, my God. It's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, it's just awesome. And he just puts air, like bubbles or whatever, like just, it's so... And the mask looks so good, the way he's shot, the way he's lit here. I mean, look at that. I mean, you see his eyes a little bit, but the reflection of the I guess it's the water from the fish tank, I guess. Because there's no water in that room, so it must be from the fish tank. It's a great moment. It's one of the best moments in the franchise.
It is. That's terrific. It is kind of influenced by the landing scene in the original Halloween, where he appears, behind Laurie as she's walking out of the bedroom.
Yes,
it's very much influenced by. Well, it's Dean Cundy, isn't it? He's
it
done
is.
It before.
It is. Yeah. Oh, it's probably the most Halloween 1 moment in Halloween 2.
Yeah,
and it's one of my favorite moments in any Halloween movie. It's just so good.
Yeah,
because you almost don't expect him at all. Dr. Mixture? Dr. Mixture?
Laurie's had a reaction to the medication.
Another super chat from Christopher.
Oh, yes. Christopher Feeney sends in another very generous super chat of $20. Thank you. Christopher says Dr. Mixture must have lied about something. Must have lied about something? Dr. Mixture must have lied about something.
He was lied about how much he drunk that evening, I think.
Oh, yeah. I'd say so.
There's more of him in the TV cut, if I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's also some weird shit in that TV cut too. It's just weird.
I haven't watched it for a little while. I should watch it again, actually.
Yeah.
Got it down there.
Oh, she's on the run. On the run again. Nothing but pillows in my bed again.
See, a lot of these shots, the mask does look like the 78 mask.
It does. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's that great one that we both like outside when he comes around the corner and he's just in that red light, and then he's chasing Laurie across the parking lot, and he's like into the light, out of the light, into the light, out of, oh, it's so great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Such a great moment. And the music and everything and the synth score. It's so great. If you take out the 10 minutes of Mr. Garrett farting around, it would probably improve the pacing of this movie. You could just have him die off screen. I'll be back in a minute. And then Laurie just finds him hanging in the basement.
Christopher says it's a joke because he has a needle in his eye.
Oh, I get it. It's the yes, needle in, it's the, not the nursery rhyme, but I get it now. Okay. Yeah. That went over my head. That went over my head. Central doctor.
Oh, Brett's here. Brett's in the chat.
Oh, nice. Nice.
We were just talking about you, Brett.
Yes, we were. We were talking about you, Mr. Brett Patrick.
I will be having breakfast pretty soon.
You will.
Look, I've got a fairly quiet day tomorrow, so...
well, that's good. Well, it is Friday.
Yeah.
It's Friday. What's time for me? It's almost 10 o'clock. That means it's almost 2 o'clock for you.
It is. It's 3 minutes to 2.
Wow. It's not even the time yet where I am that you started where you were. Because you started at 11. It's not even 11 for me yet.
What time is it? So we've been going 3 hours.
Yep.
It's what time where you are now?
It's now 9:57, so basically 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I still got another fucking movie to go. Yeah. Way to go, Dave. My ass isn't numb yet, though. I don't have numb bum yet. Yeah,
Mr. Garrett. That scene.
I know.
God, thankfully we talked all the way through it, so it didn't feel as long as what it normally does. But
no, we had to talk through it. I mean, it's just, somebody should add, or maybe I'll do this. I'll add music throughout it, and maybe it'll help it. Maybe it'll help it. Or just, I'll be back in a minute, Janet, and just cut right to Laurie seeing him. Dave, you've cut out 40 minutes of the movie. That's all right. Let me see here. Yeah, you're right. Brett Patcher is here. Chester Franklin Jr. is here. Jordan Decker is here. Odd Villain is here. Jay Beach.
PJ says, "Hang in there, Darren. I'll hang in until the end of this, and then that's it. I'm calling it.
He's calling it. Can't do it. He can't do it. He's had too much to drink. Darren's got to go to bed. No. It's too much Halloween. What do you people do? You fire a warning shot first, right?
Odd Villain says, "Who's worse, Garrett or Ronnie?" Oh, Ronnie. Every day.
Oh,
Ronnie
from Rob Zombie's Halloween?
Rob Zombie's Halloween, yeah.
Oh, God. I'm going to crawl over there. I had to censor myself.
Which is such a shame because he's a great actor as well.
He is a great actor. Mr. Garrett? Laurie! What's this girl? What's this nurse's name? There's Karen, Janet.
Janet? Is that?
No, Janet was the one that got killed by.
It's
Karen's Shoop. Chat room will let us know.
Yeah, someone will chime in.
It's Diana.
No, it's not.
Who's the
blonde nurse?
The blonde nurse who gets lifted up.
Yeah.
Jill.
Thank you,
Cody.
Jill.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jill, Janet, and Karen.
Davy?
Davy.
There's Davy. Oh, Davy Deathray's there.
Ah. Hey, Davy. There's Davy Deathray. This is kind of a cool shot when they're talking in the doorway and you see Michael's silhouette in the background. You know, it's cool. I like that.
And it must have been this movie that got him recommended for The Last Starfighter, right? Lance guessed.
Yeah, I mean Nick Castle. Well, no, I was going to say Nick had nothing to do with this movie.
But the connections in here,
yeah, that's right.
Various people and that must have kind of gone a long way. I would have thought.
That's right. You would think, and I would think that.
I know. Who was it? Well, there was a channel I was watching the other night. Now, it may have been you and Cody. I don't know. Talking about, do we have a definitive answer as to why Nick Castle wasn't Michael in this film?
I don't think we talked about that.
Because there are things online that say he was kind of, I don't know, he was maybe involved in Escape from New York or
right.
You know
prepping
for.
I think, Darren, it was probably just, I mean, it's 1980, 81. They just didn't realize how important
that role was,
or having the same person. I mean, look at Robert Englund in A Nightmare on Elm Street 2. I mean, they didn't even cast him. They had some other guy in the shower scene. I mean, you see him come out of the fog and the steam of the shower. That's not Robert Englund. There's still that shot of that other guy that's in that movie. And then they realized, oh my God, we need Robert Englund, and they begged him to come back. And so I just think it was the same thing. It's just, I mean, Deborah Hill didn't tell Nick what to do. They didn't, I think even Dick Warlock even says like, hey, he says something about how
he did. Can
I just play this guy?
He went to meet Rosenthal, walked down the corridor and noticed the mask in one of the offices, put it on and walked into Rosenthal's office, and Rosenthal was like, who the hell are you? He was going for the stunt coordinator's job, and he stood there staring at him until eventually he took the mask off and introduced himself, and Warlock asked, how about I play this guy? And then from that moment on, he got the gig. I think it had to be run by a few people, but that was it.
Right, which tells you they didn't have anybody at that point. And they didn't, it was an afterthought. It was just kind of in the background.
Yeah. But interesting, Brandon says he was prepping for Skate Town, USA at that point, which would make sense.
Which television of yours did you read that off of, Brandon? Just busting your balls, buddy. Just busting your balls. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's cool. Laurie really doesn't have a lot to do in this movie until like the last 10 minutes.
No, she spends, a lot of her time just in bed. In this film.
On the floor.
Yeah,
you're right. You're absolutely right.
But this is all kind of, there's a scene where what is it now? I've got to rack my head for this. The whole thing with her and the reaction to the medication and all that kind of stuff, which is that line's dubbed over, isn't it? She's had a reaction to the medication.
Yes, it's ADR'd, yeah.
Yeah, there's a scene there where where they overdose her or something. I can't remember what it is now, but
isn't that removed. In the TV cut?
Could be. There's something now with regards to there is something there with regards to why she's so why she's kind of catatonic like that.
Right. Here it is. Wait, Laurie. Ooh. The shoes falling off, I think, was a nice touch too.
Yeah.
That's fun.
And they seem to be able to make Dick Warlock look big as well all the time.
They do.
When he's tiny. Yeah. He's tiny. Yeah. Having been stood next to him before, I Like, Jesus, how did they make you look like such a big guy in this?
I
film?
think I don't know how tall he is now in his 80s, but I know here, like when he was young, I think he was 5'9", something like that.
Yeah, I feel like he's shorter than that now.
Yeah, he probably is. I mean, when you age, you can shrink, right? So he's probably hunched over. And could be my height now, 5'1". You know.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I love it when you guys are doing your show and you'll say a joke or something like, yeah, it's probably as tall as Dave, you know.
About 4'4". Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like Dave. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
You get the opposite to me, because every time I meet people, you know, whenever I bump into people at conventions and all that, they go, geez, I didn't realize you were so tall.
Yeah. Well,
it's kind of a Snake Plissken thing or something. You know what I mean? I thought you'd be taller.
Yeah.
Well,
you're what? You're 6'1", right?
6'1", yeah.
6'1", yeah. I'm 5'8", so that's, you know, you're probably looking to, oh, hi, Dave. You know, you'd pet me, Darren. That's what it'd be. See, that's all you need to do is show him dead. You don't need to go through this whole rigmarole.
Cody says, Darren, you're not exactly small. You and Frank dwarfed me. See, they've done some of the work on the mask here to kind of curl out the hair at the sides and everything. Again, was it styled because they saw what Michael looked like in the first one?
I mean,
or is it just circumstance? I don't know.
I'm thinking if they didn't care enough to figure out who they wanted and somebody actually had to ask for the job, if they didn't care enough to tell Dick how to walk, are they going to care enough of what the fucking hair looks like on the mask? Probably not. It's probably just from Dick taking it off and putting it on.
Yeah.
Get your mind out of the gutter, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great moment, though, with some suspense here with the basement elevator. The basement. It's after 10 o'clock Eastern and still 180 people watching.
Yeah.
Wow.
Terrific. It's been consistent all night.
It has. Absolutely incredible. I mean, it's 10 o'clock at night on a weeknight. I mean, I know it's Halloween, but still, you know, it's not like it's a holiday for us tomorrow or anything. Incredible. 184 now. Jesus. You guys are awesome. Make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you have not. I'm a few hundred away from 30,000, so would love to get there.
See the shot there where the lift closes?
Mm-hmm.
And given we know how he reacted in the first film when Bob opens the cupboard door and he runs out, you think that he would have done that in that circumstance there, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than letting the lift door close in his hand.
It's true. It's true. I get you.
Elevator.
Oh, lift, I get it. You know, it's like the tube, the subway, lorry, truck.
Oh, you do get some people sometimes, though.
Oh, what are you talking about, lift? A lift?
Yes, an elevator.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, it's about time I learned that. Oh, a lift.
That's pretty I mean, a lift. I mean, you know.
I mean, did 6'7" like Conan O'Brien? No. Imagine. Jeez.
God, could you imagine? You should put on like big boots with like 4-inch heels whenever you go to these conventions there.
The cane hodders.
Yes.
Get my cane hodders out.
Oh, they're huge. And they're firing on what? You know what? You could remove the brother-sister arc from this movie. Now, you'd have to rearrange the story here that Loomis and Marion talk, because obviously she starts to talk about how they're brother and sister. So this dialogue here would have to be rewritten to something else, which is fine. And then the dream sequence that Laurie has in the hospital where she dreams about, you know, her foster mom saying, I'm not your mother and all that. You just change that to a flashback of the events that just happened. So she's dreaming of like being in the closet and being attacked and all that kind of stuff. You just kind of change it to that. And there you go. You know what I mean?
Did you know about the the other dream sequence that she has, which didn't make the final cut, which kind of foreshadows the end of the film, which is Laurie being driven down the road by her mum who's talking to her. And her mum looks back at one point, and Laurie has got blood pouring from her eyes on the back seat of the car as a kid.
No.
Which obviously foreshadows what happens to Michael at the end of the film. Yeah.
That.
And they took it out.
Why?
I don't know. It was just part of the whole kind of thing that just
needed to.
The 15 minutes, I guess, that were removed.
They took that out, but they left Garrett walking aimlessly around the basement. They couldn't even cut that down. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is all in Taking Shape, by the way. Folks.
Yeah, I gotta read that. I admittedly I haven't read it. I know a lot about what's in there just from everybody else that's read it, but I gotta read it. I'm sure it's fantastic. That's interesting. That is, I mean, the symbolism of that is fantastic.
Yeah.
God, that's great.
What do I got to lose? Except my job.
The worst character. What have I got to lose? Except my job.
He doesn't. What do you people do? Usually fire a warning shot first, right?
He could have just shot a kid.
Well, I mean, he's almost. There's been a few kids he's almost shot in these movies. He almost shot Ben Tramer, would have been about 17. He almost shot, Jamie Lloyd, which we're going to see here shortly, or I'm going to see here shortly. Yeah. That's crazy. Here he is. Is it Michael? No, it's Jimmy. Jimmy!
Oh, geez, I'm far behind here. Hang on a minute.
You are? Oh, she's Jimmy is getting into the car now.
What's the clock on the film?
It's about 1 minute and 16 in. 1 minute and 16, excuse me, 1 hour and 16. Hour 16.
Jimmy's just sat in the seat.
Yeah, he's now talking to her. He hasn't hit his head on the steering wheel yet. He's concussed. He's feeling it. He's definitely feeling it. Oh, and now now he's gone down. I love that though, because it's like, oh my God, yeah, you're gonna.
We're supposed to think that at that point he's dead.
I guess he's dead. Yeah, I guess he just had a traumatic brain injury from the.
but Rosenthal's original ending that when he stopped working on the film had Jimmy in the back of the ambulance at the end.
Yeah, well,
that's what they used in the TV cut.
Yes, that's right, because he sits up in the bag or something.
You think it's Michael sitting up, and it's not. He's got a sheet over his head, and he pulls it down.
Right.
Yeah,
that's right. And she's like, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh, here it comes, folks. This is such a great moment.
I don't want to lose my job.
It's me.
I don't want to lose my job.
Josh McKenna, $9.99. Do you guys hate Tina in Halloween 5? I know a lot of people hate her. I don't hate her. No, I don't hate her.
It's fine.
Yeah. I've seen more annoying characters in it.
It's got bigger problems than Tina, that
Tina.
film.
That's true. That is true. Here it comes. HMH. Hemorrhoid Haddonfield.
Hemorrhoid?
Hemorrhoid Memorial Hospital. You check down there. He gets really at the end here. I love when he gets really close to Laurie too. Oh, I'm really sorry I left you.
Yeah.
It's coming up soon. Oh, this is so
You
good.
can see as well him stood over there. Look, can you
Is that-
see?
Oh,
You can
a little bit.
see him
yeah.
under the light.
You're right. I never noticed that. Look, and the mask looks great in the red light when he comes out.
Love
but
that.
It looks equally great here.
Yeah.
Just when he's those shots of him walking, he looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And even the way that he goes through the glass as well is terrific.
Yeah, it's
because
so
it
good.
doesn't look like that stupid sugar glass that they normally use. It actually
No.
doesn't break like that. It
No.
breaks into big pieces.
Yes. Yep. He just walks through it like an animal.
Yeah.
It's like, screw this.
Screw this.
Yep. There he comes. Here it comes. Yeah, it's really good.
It's just really clever.
It doesn't, you're right, it doesn't look like sugar glass or breakaway glass. Yeah, it's really good. Here comes the holy shit! What have you been drinking, doctor? What's going on? You know. Stop! He's still breathing.
Okay.
Dick Warlock also says that during after takes, Donald would kind of snap out of character and be very quite fun. You know,
Yeah, I bet.
crack jokes, that kind of stuff, but would always go straight back to his trailer,
Right.
and spend time in his trailer.
Right.
He was just going back and
Yeah, he was.
caning it, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely he was. He was. I mean, look how close he is to her ear. That was kissing. He's not breathing. No. This is a good one. And then the theme, boom, ticka 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 ticka, bum bum bum
The
bum
way he
bum bum.
stands up as well.
Oh yeah.
Great.
Look at that 5'9" monster. Of course, how tall was Donald Pleasance? Probably about the same height, 5'9", 5'10", maybe. He doesn't look very tall.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, Laurie is 5'9", and Jamie Lee Curtis is 5'9", so yeah, he's probably about the same height. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He was doing very well last night.
Donald Pleasance was 1.7 meters.
1.7, really?
1.7 meters in feet.
That's shorter than me. Is it?
5.5 foot 5. 5 foot 5'7".
Oh, 5'5",
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. He's only little.
He's just a little guy.
Just because you've been looking at that picture of sensual Loomis, don't get confused.
Sensual Loomis, ladies and gentlemen. Oh God, people are gonna go have to watch the beginning of the show now, folks, to get all the details. This is gonna be. Darren has been very kind to join me for the first movie and stick around for the second movie. He will be leaving, of course, after this second movie because it's very late where he is across the pond. I will be sticking around to finish off the Loomis trilogy, of course, with Halloween 4. But this is gonna be an epic stream. I mean, this is probably gonna be like a 5-hour stream. Certainly the longest I've done since those Billy-a-thons a few years ago.
Yeah.
5'5", little guy.
So do you think he's just that bit too slow in this sequence in terms of getting to those guys?
I can see what you're saying. Maybe maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Maybe he should be pounding on it harder. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it feels a bit more intense. Yeah, like he was in the closet scene. You know, how he was really going at it. You know what I mean? Of course, here is good. Like, this is good. I like the way that door breaks. I've always loved the way that door breaks. And the way he comes through the door. Ow!
That headshot there when he turns.
Oh, yeah.
Love that as well.
So good. And he turns really quick, too.
Yeah.
It's a quick turn.
It's like, you're going to shoot me?
Yes. Yeah, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? You piece of shit, Doc. Yeah. What have I got to lose? Except my
The one
life.
thing that he said to me was that he didn't enjoy doing the swiping of the knife thing. He just said that he felt it was stupid. I think it's great.
I do think
really
it's great.
love him watching him swinging his arms around.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's it's not like he's just going like this. He's doing this and he's going. Yeah, I think it's great.
Yeah,
I think it's a nice touch. Something he obviously
you can sort of see that his eyes are blacked out around the edges. Look,
a little bit.
It's
yeah. No, he was shot in the eyes. There are people that they tried to.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, no, he definitely, he said that was the whole intention.
Yeah.
The nobody thought there was going to be a Halloween 4.
No.
And when I said to him, why can Michael see in subsequent sequels then? And he just laughed. He just laughed.
Yeah.
So the whole intention here was for him to be shot in the eyes.
That's right.
And then with the mask, they had 2 copper tubes over the top of his head,
Right.
which came down here.
Yes.
And then dripped, and then the blood streamed out of the mask that way.
Folks, I mean, I'm sure everybody in here is also subscribed to the Slaughtered Lamb, but if you're not, Darren, feel free to put your link into the chat as well to your channel. Please go over and subscribe to the Slaughtered Lamb movie podcast with Darren and Frank, or Frank and Darren, and check out all their content. It's absolutely fantastic. They do a bunch of great stuff, a best and worst of series, which can be absolutely hilarious and all in good fun. And make sure to check out Darren's interview with Dick Warlock, the man himself. They talk all about the fire and the firewalk of Halloween 2. It's just a great video. It's like half hour long, I think, too. Great interview. Yeah. Great interview. So great. Yeah. Feel free to drop it in there.
It's in.
Amazing.
It's there. Don't
Amazing.
Worry,
I was on it.
Thank you, Dave.
No problem. Michael, it's time, it's time. There it is. If you look carefully, you can see the set a little bit.
You can see the set, yeah. And when you see the picture on the video that I've done with Dick Warlock, he sent me some exclusive photos that had never been seen before. Some distant shots of the stunt where you can see what they built and how they did it all. He even drew me. It's so sweet. He drew me a little diagram.
Yeah, that's really cool.
How they injected the fire into the walls and everything.
Very cool. Look at how engulfed he is.
Watch him shake his arms. He does it once there.
Yeah, I see it.
You'll see it.
There. Oh yeah,
jolts his arms, and that was because the zips were burning his arms. The suit that he had on, the zips there were getting hotter and hotter, and actually burning his arms. And he sent me a bunch of pictures of him sat in a chair with the doctors attending to the burns on his arms that he had afterwards. He's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
If I catch my fucking hand on a panhandle,
yes.
I'm like, I'm sticking it in. I'm showering for 3 hours, trying to cool it down. He's sat in a chair with these strip burns on his arms.
He's an absolute legend.
It's like it's nothing.
He's a man. He's a real man.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
We're not real men.
You're not a real man until you've set fire to yourself.
That's exactly it. Well, but just seeing it again here, he was so engulfed. Like, that's not a firewalk. That's like almost like, oh my God, I think we've set him too much on fire, ladies and gentlemen. Do we like it almost looks like it got out of control, and it shouldn't have been like that's how crazy it is.
Yeah.
Just insane. And if you look closely, you can see the little scalpel in his hand.
You can.
Yeah.
He remembers it was his idea. He remembered making sure it was in his hand.
Continuity.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And then the ambulance drives off into the distance.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'd like to do another interview, but I'm just thinking about who.
Tony Moran.
I think about it. Yeah.
So, you guys see her tits?
If you know, you know, folks. If you know, you know. Oh my goodness. And that right there is of the mask burning. The mask is burning. That's his face. I can never
picture what the angle is and what
I think it's just
I'm looking at there.
I think it's just the mask. It's burning. It looks like the mask to me.
I know. I know I can tell it's the mask, but I can't tell from what angle it's. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like where's the top of the head? Where's the
I know what you mean. Well, folks, listen, that was Halloween 2. Halloween 2, more of the night he came home. Let me just get these 2 super chats here because you're involved in both of them. Rob Thidoff, $4.99 says, D&D, I like H2, but if H4 would have been the last Halloween sequel ever, I believe H4 would have been known as the best sequel in the series. Interesting. Maybe. Maybe. And then PJ sends in a very generous super chat. Thank you, PJ. $27.99. Thanks, Dave and Darren, for a great stream. Love you guys. Got to bail, but just want to say Dave, TSL, and a bonus Wolfman's Got Nards should do a live stream together someday. It would be epic. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we've talked about it. The four of us getting together. So who knows?
I'd be totally down for that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Cool. Listen, Darren, again, thank you so much for joining me here for these first two movies in the epic trilogy. I don't know what the hell.
Trilogy.
Trilogy. I don't even know what the hell. Trilogy.
It works.
It does. The trilogy, not the trilogy. But thank you for joining me for the first two movies here, Halloween 1 and 2. It's very late where you are. It's got to be nearly 2:30 in the morning.
It is.
Thank you for joining me, and you get to bed, and whatever you do.
Yep, I got to be up in 4 or 5 hours for work, so I better go. But thanks.
Amazing.
No, this has been a lot of fun, and thank you for all the really nice comments and everything. And it was good to see so many TSL supporters here as well. I know there's a lot of crossover. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It must have been fun because I stayed for one more film than I should have done. So
you did, which was awesome. So yeah, again, thanks. I really appreciate it, and we'll talk soon.
We'll talk soon.
All right,
cheers, guys.
All right,
see you later.
See you later. Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Halloween 4. Who's gonna stick around? Nobody. We've already dropped down to one person watching. No, I'm just kidding. Let's dive into it. Again, a big thanks to Darren Sands of the Slaughtered Lamb Movie Podcast. Amazing. He was only going to do the first movie, Halloween, but then he decided to stick around for Halloween 2, which was awesome. But now we are on to Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. How's everybody doing out there? It is 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Halloween 2024. Let's end this right. Let's end this with the ending of the Loomis Trilogy, as I like to call it. Let's do it right here, ladies and gentlemen. So let me just get the right background here. We're going to do Halloween 4. There we are. Do I have Halloween 4? I think I need to change. Let me just change this to Halloween 4. Halloween 4. There we go. Okay, we are, let me just move this over here. Hang on a sec. Move that over. There we go. Okay. Are you guys ready to watch Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers? Let me just get this set up. Hang on a sec here. Hang on, I got to move this down here. Get this set up. Let me do this. Okay, let me just hit play on it. Hang on one second. Okay, so I am paused. I'm watching this off of Prime. I am paused where the screen says October 30th, 1988. October 30th, 1988. That's where I am paused. So, are you guys ready? John George says, let's do this. All right. Here we go, folks. People are ready. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. All right, start that timer. Okay. We are ready. Mustafa Akkad presents. Mustafa Akkad. Get back there. There we are. There we are. Make myself a little bigger. There we go. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, the final installment in the Loomis Trilogy. Deadhead, let me see here. Deadhead 777 says it's time for an ice cold one with Dave McRae. Well, I don't have an ice cold one, but I do have some water here. Cheers to everybody out there. Happy Halloween. Thank you for joining me for this epic Halloween stream. 3 movies. In case you're just joining us, there's 180 people in the chat room. I've been live since 7 p.m. tonight. I watched Halloween, watched with Darren Sands, watched Halloween 2 with Darren, and now I'm on my own here, bringing the ship in with Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. Of course, this has one of the great openings in any of the Halloween movies. People love it. People love it. Have I missed any super chats, by the way? Any member chats, any super chats? Have I missed anything? I don't believe I have. I just want to make sure, but I don't think I have. Let me just go back over here. Josh McKenna, you guys hate Teen and Halloween 5. Dr. Mixture. No, okay. I've got all the super chats. I got 7 new members. 170 people still watching. Amazing. You guys are awesome. Guys are awesome. Ba 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 ba. Hang on a sec here. All right. Let me just do this. Go back over here, making sure we got everything going on. How has everybody's Halloween been, by the way? Have you guys enjoyed your Halloween? Directed by Dwight H. Little. Dustin Pritchard says, think you missed mine from earlier. Did I? Okay, let's double check. Dustin. $4.99 from Dustin says, happy Halloween, guys. What a great way to end the Halloween festivities, watching along with y'all. They don't make stethoscopes like they used to. Gotcha, buddy. Gotcha. Yeah, that's true. I did miss that one. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. Thank you. That's good. I like it. Okay, get the movie back up over here. The movie. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this place. I like that kind of stuff too. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this place. Brandon Collins says, I propose we stop calling 4, 5, and 6 the Thorn Trilogy and start calling it the Salt Lake City Trilogy. I can get behind that. Yeah. It's funny how it's called the Thorn Trilogy, and yet Halloween 4 has nothing to do with Thorn. I mean, you see the symbol in Halloween 5. You do. You see it on his wrists, and you see it on the wall in the Myers house. But it doesn't really, become the Thorn anything until Halloween 6. This is a great way to bring people up to speed as well. This is an exposition dump here, but it's properly motivated. They're standing in an elevator. He doesn't know who these people are. He doesn't know if he's just kind of, he gives a very concise bullet point sort of perfect, kind of backstory of what's been going on. And he does it all in the elevator, and it's great. And now you're caught up. I'm Dr. Hoffman, the medical administrator. Chester Franklin Jr. Dave, my Halloween was good. I dressed up as Michael Myers with 1978 Tots mask and passed out candy. Awesome to hear, Chester. Awesome. That's cool, man. That's cool. Davey Deathray says, someone please deepfake a better mask into this movie. That was one of my hot takes, Davey. I fully acknowledge that the mask is not a good mask. But for whatever reason, out of all the Myers masks, out from all the sequels, it's still the one that has grown on me the most. I don't like the 5 mask. It's never really grown on me at all. The 6 mask is a fan favorite. Not crazy on the 6 mask. I never really have been. Although I acknowledge at the beginning of Halloween H2O, when Chris Duran steps into the doorway and that's that low angle shot and he's wearing the Halloween 6 mask, I acknowledge that it looks pretty good. Maybe it's just, it looks better on him than it did George P. Wilbur. I don't know. But never been a fan of the 6 mask. Obviously, the Halloween H2O masks are just a debacle. The Resurrection mask looks okay in a couple of shots. Never really a big fan. It wasn't until Halloween 18, Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, despite what you think of Halloween Ends, or despite what you think of any of the movies, the mask is fantastic in all those films. And but for whatever reason, the mask in Halloween 4, out of all the sequels, out of all the bad Michael Myers masks, it's the mask that has grown on me the most. Weird, isn't it? Gavin_S sends in $5. Thanks, buddy. Says, hi, Dave. Hope you're well. Long time. Has it been a long time? Well, welcome back. You're a huge reason I became enthralled and aware how multi-layered the OG 78 was. Watched it for the 400th time. That's really cool, man. I really like when people say those kinds of things because, I can dive deep into stuff and get really sweaty and nerdy about, cinematic language and symbolism and the different layers and all that kind of stuff. But if people find value in that and they appreciate that and they like to listen to me ramble on and go all over the place and then bring you back to the, hey, that's awesome. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. Different strokes for different folks, but hey, that's really cool. Thanks, man. And thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Oh, the thumb in the forehead. This shot of Jamie, this master shot, this wide shot of Jamie on the couch, looking out the window, and we look at her back and you see the lightning. I love that shot. I love that shot. This shot right here where we're seeing, it's so great. You see Rachel walk into frame, sit down, and you see the water cascading down not cascading, I guess, but dripping down the window, the curtains. It's so great. Of course I love you. No, I just want to fuck this guy named Brady and you're cock blocking me and I can't go out and that's what's happening. That's literally what basically she's saying there, ladies and gentlemen, in case you needed to translate it. Good night, everybody. Jordan Decker says, the mask looks like they used a Spock mask instead of a Captain Kirk mask at their base. Yeah, a little bit. I think what it is for me is that for whatever reason over the years, I have come to terms with the fact that this is a bad mask. And especially when you compare it to where we were coming from with Halloween 1 and 2, right? Now, Halloween 2, of course, it's the same mask and whatever. Looks a bit different on Dick Warlock's face because he's got a more rounder head. Nick's got a longer face, whatever. But for whatever the reason, and listen, I was 9 years old when this movie came out. I remember it very well. Some of you maybe were not born. Some of you may have been a bit younger. Some of you maybe even been a bit older. But I remember when it came out, and I remember hating the mask, and everybody hated the mask. What is this shit? That's not the mask. This isn't a mask. But for whatever reason, yeah, I do think if you take it on its own, it's a creepy mask. And I think maybe that's why. And if you light it right, in the right lighting with some low-key lighting, maybe some split lighting, some shadows and darkness, it can look actually pretty good, as we're about to see here in one of the best moments in this movie, which is the dream sequence. This is a great moment. This is a great, I think actually Myers in all the shots of him in the dream sequence look the best. The reflection of him in the mirror when he sits up, behind the bed, looks to his left. That's a great shot. When she opens the door and he looks down and goes like this with the knife, great shot. He looks great. He looks great. We're about to see that. Well, maybe the reflection in the mirror, not so much. Maybe not so much. Looking at, maybe not so much. But when he sits up on the other side of the bed and looks over, and when she opens the door and he goes, I think it looks good. Oh, your soul's going to be taken, young child. Your soul's going to be taken out. Come with mommy and daddy and Alan. Yeah, well. Ooh, the door is slowly creaking open. Brandon Collins says, I think this mask was an actual Don Post from an original mold. I believe Don Post made it, yeah. But they used a really thick paint to it. If you notice, the blonde mask in the school is very similar to the original. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the blonde mask in the schoolhouse looks more like the original mask. Yeah, I've always thought that too. Yeah, you're right. Danielle Harris, ladies and gentlemen, who's eager to get back to being in the Halloween franchise. She'd love to get back to it. See, if they had never made a Halloween 5, then, listen, I mean, obviously you got to do what you got to do with all sorts of, it was a success. That's why they made another one. But could you imagine if they had never made any other Halloween films? There was no 5, no 6, no H2O, no Resurrection, no Rob Zombie movies, no Halloween Kills and Ends. And what Halloween 18 was your Halloween 5. Look at this. I think that's a creepy shot. That's a creepy fucking looking mask. Oh, when he stands up, that's creepy. Not as creepy as the sit up and the turn, but still kind of, that right there, it's creepy. If that's Wilbur and not Tom Morga, that might be Morga. It might be Morga during the dream sequence. But, and I also like too that the way her parents come running out of their bedroom in slow motion. Jamie, come running out of I really like that. I like that a lot. It's really good. It's really good. But yeah, there's something about the mask. There's a couple of more shots in the movie where the mask looks all right. But yeah, it's grown on me the most. Now, I will say that although this is Salt Lake City, Utah, and not anywhere in Illinois, I do believe it's the Midwest, and I like it looks more like, how it should look as opposed to what it looked like in the first two Halloween movies, we'll say. Reese Wilson talking to Davey. It's good stuff. CJ Massey says, I don't know why, but I legit think slightly about Charlie Bowles every day. If it's a simple man, what happened to Charlie Bowles? I don't know. Who knows? Happy Sanjo sends in $2. Says, happy Halloween, Dave. Happy Halloween to you too, Sanjo. Thank you very much for the $2. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think it would have been very interesting. Now, look, I mean, there's no way to have known in 1988 what, the mid-2000 or the mid-2010s would have been like in terms of nostalgia, and the 80s, would have been looked so fondly upon 30 years later, and there would have been all these studios and movies and TV shows doing all kinds of retro fun stuff, and there's no way of knowing that at this time. But could you imagine a world where they just, for whatever reason, this was the last Halloween movie, and it just ends right there with Jamie Lloyd standing at the top of those stairs, 7 years old, scissors in hand. I mean, just killed her, I mean, and that's it. And then 30 years later in 2018, they do a legacy sequel, and Danielle Harris comes back, and maybe you can, convince Ellie Cornell to come out of retirement, and I mean, because she still would have been alive, right? Because Halloween 5 never happened, and that would have been interesting to me. It's not going to happen now, folks. It's not. I know people are like, oh, what about that Halloween 4 Part 2? It's like, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And I stand my ground. I know there were a lot of people that would have liked Danielle Harris to come back and be the daughter of Laurie Strode in 18. And I understand why. I've done videos on this. I will just say again that I did not want that to happen because it would not have been the same character. She would have been playing her daughter, but she wouldn't have been playing the same Jamie Lloyd. It would have been an alternate universe Jamie Lloyd. So the Jamie Lloyd, and this is my reasoning behind it. The Jamie Lloyd, and this can be with any character, the Jamie Lloyd that you are emotionally attached to, the Jamie Lloyd that you have an affection for, and the Jamie Lloyd that you fell in love with, not literally, but I just mean like the character, right? I love that character, Jamie Lloyd. That character doesn't exist in the David Gordon Green trilogy. So even if she came back and her name was Jamie Lloyd, it's not the same Jamie Lloyd, because Halloween 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, they never happened. So when you're watching Danielle Harris as 45-year-old woman on screen in Halloween 18 playing Jamie Lloyd, it's not the same Jamie Lloyd. So there's no, I don't know what the nostalgic connection would be. It's not like that character you're watching has all the memories of what happened to her in Halloween 4 and all the memories of what happened to her in Halloween 5. That doesn't exist. You're just watching somebody in name only. And if that's what you care about, well, okay. But for me, the reason why you want characters to return, the reason why you want original actors to play those characters is because they are canonically connected to their former selves, is because they have a memory. That character is literally the same character, like literally the same character. So you can fall into the feelings of nostalgia and watching them go through those memories and, meet those same people and the, those moments where they sit with themselves at like a table or they look at themselves, in a mirror, remembering those moments. And that's what you are buying into. That's where you get those nostalgic feelings of, oh, this is so cool. You know what I mean? Because it's the same girl. That wouldn't have happened if Danielle Harris came back and played Jamie Lloyd. Like, it doesn't, okay, but it's not the same Jamie Lloyd. So what's the point, right? You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. A lot of people disagree with me, but I'm like, well, if she's not coming back to play the same Jamie Lloyd, then why call her Jamie Lloyd? Why come back at all? You know what I mean? And then if she came back and played a different character with a different name, it feels like we're just shoehorning this in specifically for fan service. And that doesn't feel genuine to me. So that's why I was always against her coming back at all. If you wanted to, I don't know, have some cameo of her as a taxi driver or something, all right, knock yourself out. But that's not what you want, right? You want steak. You don't want a McDonald's hamburger. And so, unfortunately, I would rather not have her in it than have her in it and shoehorned in, and it's just weird and awkward and strange. That's how I feel about that, by the way. Just since we're on the topic of Halloween 4 and all that kind of stuff. David Brown sends in $5. Thanks, David. Says, Dave, I know this is a Halloween stream, but will there ever be a live watch along of Dylan's New Nightmare in the future? I think I've done one. Maybe it was over on, I know that on the Horror Channel, Cecil's Horror Channel YouTube channel, there's a watch along with myself, Vincent DeSanti, Cecil obviously, and Miko Hughes. So if you just type in Dylan's New Nightmare watch along the horror show or something, it should pop up. On this channel, I'm not against doing it. I haven't talked about it with Cecil, but I'm not against doing it. Oh, this is great. What a great line. You're talking about him as if he were a human being. That part of him died years ago. That's a 4-hour drive. If you don't find him in 4 hours. If you don't find him in 4 hours, I know I will. Now, of course, this death in the garage is Tom Morga, not George P. Wilbur, with the bandages. What would you guys have wanted? Would you guys have wanted? I mean, it's, in retrospect, would you guys? Oh, by the way, if you look carefully here, you'll see the shadow of a boom mic in a moment. You can see the crew. If you look to the right on the ground there, you can see the crew. And you'll see a boom mic shadow right there. There's the boom mic on the ground. As he's going, hello, hello, you can see the boom mic on the ground in the shadow in the sun. It's pretty cool. Would you guys have wanted Michael Myers just to be bandaged? Like, I mean, I guess in retrospect, it's easy to say that because we know what the mask was. But let's say, like, there just was no mask, and you never had an opportunity to hate the mask in Halloween 4. How would you have felt just watching Halloween 4 and he just went along through the whole movie just in the bandages? I actually think that might be kind of cool. Your Point of View podcast says, what movie is on? Take a wild guess, Your Point of View. Take a look at the screen very carefully. Rob Thidoff says bandage. It's a cool look. It's a cool look. Ooh. God damn you, Michael. This is awesome, guys. It's nearly 11 o'clock at night. Still 150 of you watching. That's awesome. And we were at 180 just like 5 minutes ago. Then I went on a rant and people probably started to tune out because, I can listen to Dave rant. Well, that's a good thing. You can tune out channels. Alex Shambach says, agree, Dave. A bandage look would be cool in hindsight, but who's to say it wouldn't be hated if they had gone with it? See, that's my point, right? Is that we think it's cool now because we have the Halloween 4 mask. But if there was no Halloween 4 mask, would people have been like, oh, where's the mask? Probably. I mean, let's be honest. Probably. People were like, it's so stupid. He's in bandages. Like, what is going on? But we think it looks cool now because we can look back on it, right? Michael. And I believe that's Tom Morga as well. I don't think this is George P. yet. Morga did quite a bit in this movie. He did quite a bit. Fans of Something says, I know for a fact I saw you pass 200 watching earlier. Yeah, I can check after the show is done. I know we hit 195, which is great. So that's, and it's been consistent. It's been between 150 and 200, for a little bit. Now, it's likely to drop a little bit here as the night continues to go on because obviously it's getting late and people have to get up in the morning. So that's understandable. But there's still 147 watching 11 o'clock at night. That's awesome. It's been a fun stream. It was great again to have Darren from the Slaughtered Lamb on the first 2 movies. Michael! Imagine him just slugging those bullets into Jamie at the very end. Like, what the fuck? Like, holy shit. Imagine that was Dr. Loomis leaping over the... It's not, but that'd be funny. Super chat from Howard D sends in $5. Says, hey, Dave, don't know if you ever answered this, but do you think Laurie truly saw Michael by the clothesline H1, or was that a hallucination? Well, I think the intent was that she probably saw him. He was probably there. But I think it's fun to speculate on because she never turns her head. And he just literally dematerializes. And I mean, we don't see him dematerialize, but he's there and then he's gone. And because she's already seen him, across the street, right? When she's in the school, she's seen him, by the bush. It's already in her subconscious. It's already affecting her psyche. She's already on edge. So, when she gets home and she looks out the window, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's actually quite probable that he wasn't really standing there. It's just she thinks she sees him there, right? Because remember, she doesn't turn her head. It's not like she sees him and then we see her go like this, like that, or we see her kind of go, to get something and then look back or something. No, she just continues to stare and then he's gone. So from a certain point of view, from a symbolic point of view, from the cinematic language point of view, it's very possible. See, this is something I would love to ask John Carpenter. Or maybe he'd be like, nah, he was there. Who knows? But I think it's fun. It's that kind of thing where it's like, if there's ever a moment in Halloween where you can make an argument for that, it's that moment right there. Now, there's a lot of Halloween fans that may really just like to, no. He's literally there. He's really there. I want him to be really there because it's really cool. Of course, I get it. But it's fun to speculate on because maybe not. Maybe he's just really affecting her. You know what I mean? And it's just, and she I thought, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's cool. It's fun to talk about. Now, this character here in Halloween 4, this is supposed to be Lindsay Wallace. I feel no connection to this being Lindsay Wallace at all because nowhere in the action, I know after the fact, we find out after the fact because of the making of Halloween 4 and the writing of Halloween 4 and all that this was supposed to be that Lindsay Wallace. The problem is nowhere in the narrative does it make that clear for the audience. So to me, I'm just like, okay, that's supposed to be Lindsay Wallace. Cool, but I don't feel that when I watch it. And so it has no effect. To me, it's not the same person at all. It's not. It's not at all. I mean, that would be like me coming out and saying that, did you know in It's Me, Billy, Chapter 2, that Detective Mike Henney was actually, I don't know, the sister or the half brother of Jess Bradford. It's like, okay, but you never made that clear in the movie. So what, that doesn't, you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. Yeah, but that's what we were going to do. Okay, but you didn't. So, or you didn't make that clear. So it's just like, well, it doesn't really, okay. You know what I mean? Like, so like it, you know, and that's kind of how I feel about this. I'm like, well, you know, and isn't he supposed to be Tommy as well? The blonde here in the store is supposed to be Tommy Doyle. And it's like, okay, but it's not clear. That doesn't, they're just a Tommy and a Lindsay. That's it. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it. I've never felt any connection or nostalgic connection to that Tommy or that Lindsay at all. So in my mind, it's not them. What's going on? 168, 169, 170 of you still watching at 11 o'clock at night. Happy Halloween, everybody. I just want to say happy Halloween to each and every one of you out there, even the people that are watching me right now that don't like me, because you know they're watching. They're watching right now. Shut up, Dave. Shut up, McRae. They're watching too. These masks are, I find this scene in the drugstore creepy. I've always found it creepy. And the Myers mask that's behind her, or what is, they just didn't cut the eye holes open for that shot. Now, when he puts it on, they're open, but yeah, strange. Guitarist Dog 87 says, I miss when girls looked like the Lindsay character in H4. Love the crazy 80s hair. Yeah. Well, I wasn't a teenager in the 80s. I was about Danielle Harris's age, but I obviously my siblings, my sister Jill had big frizzy hair. Actually, everybody did. My mom had the big, frizzy 80s hair. Oh, come on, Brady. Such a dick. Brady's such a dick. Yeah, Rachel, come on. What's going on? It's just, what he's really saying is, I'm not angry. It's just, I want to have sex with you and you haven't put out yet. And fuck, come on. That's basically what he's saying. That's basically what he's saying, folks. Brady. I don't know, Brady. I don't know, Brady. Get the, oh, hang on a sec. Here it comes. Here it comes. I think even this kid that played the Michael in the reflection in the mirror was at the convention. Oh. The Nightmare Man. Mask looks, it's a creepy, like it's a creep. It's creepy. I like that you don't see his eyes. Troy Grubb Jr. been a crazy member on level number 2 for 1 month. Thanks, buddy. Says, happy Halloween, Dave. What does the future hold for Michael Myers and the Halloween franchise? Great stream tonight, Dave. Having a good time hanging out, watching Halloween movies with you guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. The future of the Halloween franchise? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you just need to let it breathe for a little bit. You need to let it rest for a little bit. Allow us to miss it. Allow us to, miss it. You don't want to, I understand that you want to, from a producing standpoint, from a producer standpoint, from a money-making show business standpoint, you want to strike while the iron is hot. The problem is you also don't want to outstay your welcome. And I just think maybe just wait. I don't think there's any need at this moment, Halloween Ends came out in 2022. It was a divisive film. Okay, it's 2024. There was nothing in 2023. There was nothing in 2024. There's probably not going to be anything in 2025. So, I mean, just let it, okay, well, just let it breathe until like the 50th anniversary. Start planning something big for 2028 or something. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, man. I'm the kind, and I know there's a lot of fans that don't like this, but I'm content. It's not to say that once we get to 2028, I'm not going to miss Halloween and want something with Michael again. But, I'm 45 years old. I've been through the good, the bad, and the ugly. I got into Halloween when there were only two Michael Myers movies. So I've been a fan for many years, for over 40 years. And I've got the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I'm just like, I'm good. I don't need any more. Like I'm okay. You know, I'm good. You know, like right now, like I don't need, let's not rush anything. Let's not, we gotta go, you know, because just leave it. Let it breathe. Let us miss it. Allow us to miss it. You know, that's how I feel. You're hunting it, ain't you? I believe the Bible. Kyle sends in $10. Thank you, Kyle. Says, besides money, why do you think Donald Pleasance went all in on the Halloween franchise after such a storied career with many notable roles? It must have been a risky career move at that time. It's a good question. Money obviously would have been a driving factor. I think, you know, I think I think he probably liked the role. I don't know how in demand he would have been in the 80s. I don't know. I mean, was he still receiving? I don't know. It's a very good question. I'd have to go back and look at his career and the movies he was doing and the choices that he made. I don't know. Was it? It's a very good question. Very good question. A river. Oh, yeah. So good. The kids putting toilet paper into the trees. That's so fun. I mean, that's so funny because kids used to do that. I like this shot. This kind of reminds me of how I grew up. It's the way things look, the way the setting looks. Jay Edward says, I'm done as well. The movies are getting worse. I have the first 6 films, which I love, and I'm done. There you go. That's what I mean, right? Like, and again, maybe when we get to 2028, we'll miss it. We'll be like, you know what? Maybe we should do something with Halloween, you know, or they should do something with Halloween. But right now, I'm like, guys, there's fucking 13 Halloween movies, and 12 of them have Michael Myers in it. Like I said, you got all different timelines and all different versions, and like, the last thing I want is to read that they're rebooting Halloween and just telling the same story again. 6-year-old Michael Myers kills his sister on Halloween, gets locked up for fit. Like, God, enough. It's over. Let it go. And I say that as a Halloween fan. I don't say that because I'm not a fan. I say that because I'm happy. I'm full. You served me, you know. Well, it wasn't always great what you served me, but I've got good stuff. Alan Cox says, Dave, when is Two Dudes coming back? Coming back soon. Very soon. It will be coming back. But it will be a restructured version. So Tony and I are no longer doing like 2.5 hour streams, 2 hour streams. You know, we're not doing that anymore. We want to really be efficient with it and maybe do like an hour, you know. If it's something major, like massive news or something, maybe we'll go, you know, an hour and a half like a McRae Live. But we really want to just make it 60 minutes. You know what I mean? We talk on a topic for half hour, 40 minutes. We take some questions for 20 minutes and then we're out. It's just easier for his schedule. It's easier for my schedule. So it is going to come back. Now, those of you that picked up the Two Dudes perk on the It's Me Billy Indiegogo campaign, that was weird how I said that, on the It's Me Billy Indiegogo campaign, that will be a regular, like an old school Two Dudes, because when you picked up that perk, that's what Two Dudes was, like an hour and a half, you know, 2 hours, you know, whatever thing. So we will honor that. But in terms of just like the regular shows going forward, it's going to be like 60 minutes. No more watch-alongs? Probably not. No, probably not. We've watched, we've watched so many movies. You know, we've done 196 shows. About 100 of them are watch-alongs, if not more. And so that's not to say that we won't, but we'll have a topic we want to discuss, take some questions, and then we're out. And it's just easier that way. You know, we've talked about, there's only so much we can talk about the same stuff, you know. Not that there's not new things. There are. We're not against it. We just don't want to promise anything and not deliver, basically. Oh, this is a great speech. This is a great speech. 6 bodies, Sheriff. A filling station in flames. I'm telling you, Michael Myers is here in this town. He's here to kill that little girl and anybody who gets in his way. So it's so great. It's one of my favorite speeches. Here it comes. Between here and Redmond Station and in flames, I'm telling you, Michael Myers is here in this town. He's here to kill that little girl and anybody who gets in his way, or anyone who gets in his way. So good. Come on, Meeker. You got to take it serious, buddy. You got to take it serious. All right, it's true. It's true. Calm the fuck down. It's true. What can we do? Fucking hell. Oh. You can't get long distance, Sheriff. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Dun, 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 dun. T. So what is your favorite moment from Halloween 4? What would be your favorite moment, your favorite scene? What's your favorite scene? What's your favorite moment from Halloween 4? The Return of Michael Myers. Brandon Collins says, Meeker was such a better cop than Brackett. Yeah, Bo Starr was great as Sheriff Meeker. He wasn't too great in Halloween 5. I think he was there was a lot about Halloween 5. That was just, but he had gravitas. He had presence. I think he was, he was great. I would have loved to have seen him in a different Halloween 5, a better written Halloween 5, just a better Halloween 5. Would have loved that. Oh, yeah. Brandon Collins says, my favorite moment is the 3 Michaels. That's a great moment. And there's one of them that looks fantastic. There's one of them that looks absolutely fantastic. Cops do it by the book. Whenever I see what's her face now, I think of Frank Riker. Good old Frank. BTT says they could have passed the torch to another character, Jamie, Corey, but everyone wants Michael Myers. Yeah. I don't think passing the torch to Jamie, it would have worked. I mean, you can write a narrative that makes it work and write a great movie, but yeah, I think there would have been backlash. For sure. People want Michael. Mustafa Akkad wouldn't have allowed it. No, I'm different. It's just I'm horny. That's basically what he's saying. Jamie Hart says, I haven't watched Halloween 4 in so long. I can't remember anything about it. I avoid 4, 5, and 6. Oh, Halloween 4 is actually probably, in my opinion, it's the outside of Halloween 2, 1981, it's the best sequel. It's way better than 5, way better than 6, in my opinion. I think it's better than H2O. And I think obviously it's better than Resurrection. I'm not a big fan of H2O, as you guys know. I don't hate it. Just not the fan that a lot of you are of Halloween H2O. Oh yeah, the mob's gonna come out. Bastard, goddamn son of a bitch. Reese Wilson says, Meeker wasn't in Halloween 5 enough. I absolutely agree. I think Bo Starr was also doing Goodfellas at the time as well, though. Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot he was in that. I totally forgot he was in that. You're absolutely right. That's true. He ain't closing down without a good goddamn reason. Alex Shambach says, I wish Halloween 5 wasn't so rushed into production. Wonder why Akkad signed off on after. Well, because he was, Akkad wasn't, it's not like Akkad was this hugely gigantic. I think he was greedy. Listen, Halloween and Michael Myers was his bread and butter. I mean, it is, and I say this with all due respect, it's not like the Akkad family has anything else. Now, when I say that, I don't mean that they're not smart people. They're not good producers. They haven't produced anything else. I don't mean that. I'm saying this Halloween and Michael Myers is their is their big moneymaker. So they're very particular with it. They're very protective of it. And they want to make money from it. And so Mustafa, Halloween 4 was a surprise success. It wasn't like a huge, gigantic box office juggernaut, but it made a little bit of money. And so he wanted to rush it into production, striking while the iron is hot. And unfortunately, we know what happened. Why Dominic Arthinian Girard? I mean, that's a rhetorical question. I know why. I know the story. I'm just like, why? So weird. Steve Ross says, my favorite moments, Bucky getting thrown into the power lines. Loomis' speech in the police station. Yeah, those were good. Good old Bucky. Oh, the dog. Yeah. Could you imagine if you hadn't seen Michael yet in this movie? Can't do that. It's just something about that that's starting to spook me, Doc. It's like, oh, how eerie the movie would be if you hadn't seen him yet. It's this gigantic buildup. Oh, I love fucking shit like that. Speaking of the Bucky scene, here we go. The Bucky scene is happening. Hey, if you haven't hit that thumbs up button yet, please do. It's free. It does help the algorithms. People on YouTube don't just say that because of their own egos. They say that because it really does help push the video or the stream, because it tells YouTube that, hey, people like this. That means I will push it to other people. And please subscribe as well if you're not a subscriber yet. I normally don't ask, but we're so close to 30,000 subscribers now. Finally, after so long, because I just haven't really been pushing it. I'd love to get to 30,000 by the end of the year. I only have like another 250, 300 to go. So it'd be great if I could get there before the end of the year. Ooh, Bucky! I don't like how the mask looks in this scene. This is one of the scenes in Halloween 4 where I'm not crazy on how the mask looks, to be honest with you. But I do like, I think the scene's fine. And it's a great excuse to have the power go out. Now all they need is just a thunderstorm. That's all they need now. Jordan Decker says, what the fuck was Bucky doing out here in the middle of the night anyway? Haddonfield didn't have a problem until now. It's actually kind of funny that you say that. Well, maybe he was working a night shift. He was out there. He was working a night shift and he had to check up on something. That's just how I kind of see it. This shot really looks like a back lot. I don't think it is a back lot, but it looks like a back lot. Just how narrow the streets are and how close it just looks. This shot here just kind of looks like a backlot shot. It's not, but it just kind of looks like that. Daniel says, Loomis losing at the end is pretty cool too. Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. It's one of my favorite moments. As I've said many times, if they had never made any other Halloween films, it would be one of the greatest endings of all time in any horror movie. Because not just because it's cool with a little girl with, the scissors, but just what it means symbolically. It's come full circle. It is, there's the original intention of the character. There's that ending, which is the original Halloween. Then there's the happy ending, which is Halloween 2. I know Laurie doesn't look too happy in the back of that ambulance, but it's the happy ending because she won. She, killed him. And then there's the full circle moment, the evil wins moment, which is the Halloween 4 ending. And the symbolism around it, you have a little girl that is roughly the same age as Michael Myers was. She's in a clown costume. She's standing at the top of the stairs. She may not be holding a butcher knife, but she's holding a pair of scissors. She's bloody. She just killed her foster mother. I know in Halloween 5, it's made, we're made aware that the foster mother survived. But in Halloween 4, if there was no foster mother, we would never know. We just assume that she killed her foster mother. And it's so great, the symbolism of that. Even the way it's shot, where we have Jamie at the top of the stairs and we don't come to her eye level. We shoot lower. We shoot a lower angle, giving the character presence, giving the character authority. Even though she's a little girl, we're giving the authority and the power to the little girl. And Loomis is losing it because I can't go through this again. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It's fantastic. And just cuts to black. There's no music. There's no rock music that plays. It's just the ominous sort of soundscape and score that plays over the rolling white credits. And that's it. And it's like, oh my God. I don't think it's quite as haunting and as eerie as the ending of the 1978 classic Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donald Sutherland. That's got one of the greatest endings of all time, where he just he does that, and the camera zooms into his mouth, it cuts to black, and the credits roll. There's no music. It's literally dead silent. There's no music. It's just scrolling white credits. That's one of the most haunting, eerie endings in the history of horror. It's unbelievably fantastic. And the ending of Halloween 4, although not quite as eerie, not quite as iconic, would have been up there. It would have been up there. It would have been so shocking if they had never made another Halloween movie. It's still great if you pretend they never made another Halloween movie, but if they actually never made another Halloween movie, oh my God, so haunting, so classic. So classic. Come on, get in the car. Hurry up. Oh yeah, here it is, Brandon. Here it is. This is so great. The one by the house, that one right there. Oh, he looks so good. He looks so good. The one that comes out to Dr. Loomis's right, not so much. That looks like the mask that we know. The one that comes behind Bo, Sheriff Meeker, not so much. But not that one. That one right there in the distance. Oh, it's so fucking eerie. It's so eerie. It's so good. The way he's lit, the distance from the camera so we don't see the details. It's so good. It's so good. Come on, Doc. We'll get these goddamn kids safe. Fuck, it's good. Come in, Pierce. Come on, Pierce. There he is. There he is. There he is. Scared Straight Production says, Dave, which Haddonfield is your favorite? Mine is Salt Lake. Yeah, I think I would. I don't know. I've never really thought about that. I mean, obviously, the first two Halloween films are my favorite, but it depends what we're measuring, right? Obviously, I would probably go with the first two films because it's classic, it's nostalgia, it's the originals. But depending on what we're measuring, if we're like, what has the best fall atmosphere? What feels more like the Midwest and it's Salt Lake City, that they've done a great job. I don't even. Obviously, North and South Carolina was obviously for the David Gordon Green trilogy was good. It was good, but yeah, the 4, 5, and 6, you can't deny, especially 4 and 6. 5's got a little bit of it, but 4 is just dripping with it, and 6 has it too. So yeah, I mean it really does feel like fall in the Midwest. He was doing very well last night. Logan Reynolds says, Dave, that scene would have you to believe Michael is standing behind the car, but they turned the car around, so Michael was actually in front of the car. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, none of those guys were actually Michael, but I guess to your point, Michael was in the area. Yeah, I totally hear you. Totally hear you. How many kids? That's right. We're gonna fry his ass. We're gonna fry his ass, motherfuckers. You haven't got a police force! These men are the only defense you've got. And excuse me while I go my way and suck back some bourbon. It's funny. Brandon says 6 feels like a scary bedtime story told by a demented grandmother. That's true. That is true. Ooh, he's hiding in the back seat. He's hiding in the back seat. Do we know specifically, I'm sure we do, when George P. Wilbur took over for Tom Morga in this movie? Because when Kelly Meeker gets the shotgun through her torso, that's Tom Morga. And we're already well into this movie. I mean, we're nearly an hour into this movie. And so do we know specifically, or were they sharing it at one point? Or, because I know Morga is the one with the bandages. Morga did a lot. I think, anyway. I'm pretty sure that's Morga when he puts the shotgun through Meeker. I wonder when Wilbur took over. Brandon Morrow says, Drunk Loomis always cracks me up, Dave. Great stream. Been here since the beginning. Amazing. Awesome, Brandon. Awesome. Well, the stream has been going officially now for 4 hours and 8 minutes. 4 hours and 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the longest, or it is the longest stream I've done since back in the summer of 2020 when I did those Billy streams, those Billy-a-thons. My voice is going to be, thank goodness I don't have any voice work to do tomorrow. In case you look, it's 11:19 and we have a 172 people watching. Amazing. You guys are awesome. We've been flexible. Please hit that thumbs up button and let's see if we can get to 200 thumbs up. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button yet, we're sitting at 198. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Awesome. Shit, Earl. It was Ted Hollister. My dad always said that, because my dad's name was Earl. And he always hated the fact that the name Earl, whenever it was in a movie or a TV show, was always like the simple one or the idiot, and it's like that here. Shit, Earl. It was Ted Hollister. Shit, Earl, basically saying, you fucking idiot. Earl's the idiot in this movie. You know what I mean? So yeah, my dad always hated that. He was always like, why are Earls so? But I think it's kind of like that even with Daves and Bobs. Daves and Bobs are always kind of the idiots in movies sometimes too. No, not good. Not good. Reese Wilson says, I preferred Morga, to be honest. I think it's the damn hockey pads on Wilbur that sours his performance for me just a little bit. Yeah. I wonder when he took over. Scared Straight Production says Wilbur took over after the Kelly Meeker scene. He's hockey padded after that. Morga didn't need the pads. Yeah. I gotta say, there's a lot with Morga. George P. Wilbur gets a lot of credit in this movie for being Michael Myers, and yet we're nearly an hour into the film, and I guess everything has been Morga up to this point. Like, Tom Morga was great as Myers. Of course, he also, has some experience with another villain in the horror world as well. He'll be here in a minute. Okay, nobody has sent in any super chats, right? Recently, I just want to make sure I haven't missed any. Last super chat besides money. Do you think Donald Pleasance? Yep. Okay. No, I got that. I just want to make sure it doesn't look like I have. I actually think the scene in the basement, because again, the power is off, right? So I actually like the scene in the basement. Isn't this the scene where Michael's lurking in the background? I did a McRae live episode on this too. Yeah, Bo Starr. That's right. If you grope my daughter. I love it. And I believe him. I believe he's a tough sheriff. He's a tough cop. He's great. Yeah, I know that Morga did the mechanic shop, the Kelly Meeker kill, and the school fire extinguisher. Wilbur did everything else. There were scenes reshot, and it was shot at a sequence. Oh, yeah, obviously it would have been shot at a sequence. Okay, well, there you go. So not everything up to this point was Morga. Not everything. It was a mix of him and Wilbur. So that means it's Wilbur doing the dream sequence at the beginning of the film, which is one of the best moments in this movie, which is great. Yeah, Morga did the mask scene where he puts on the drugstore. Yes, I remember that. He was replaced because they didn't like the way he walked. That's so weird. I'm going to be outside upstairs. See, and this is, see how, oh, fuck. I've talked about this ad nauseum, but this is what I don't understand. You know, Halloween 5 should have been the crux of the story of Halloween 5. The heart of Halloween 5 should have been the relationship between Jamie and Rachel. Because, as I've said many times, in Halloween 4, Rachel didn't hate Jamie, but Jamie was her foster sister. And Rachel is a teenager. She's like, what is she, 17, 18? And so, you know, her hormones are raging. She wants to go out with the guy that she likes. The guy that she likes doesn't really want to go out with her, and he's being a dick. And Jamie was kind of getting in the way. Not that she didn't like her, but the events that they went through together in this movie brought them together. They bonded. From this moment forward, they're bonding. A killer was after them. They survived Michael Myers together. That's why I don't believe in Halloween 5 when Jamie is mute and Dr. Loomis has to basically say to Rachel, "Can you check on Max?" You know, she goes, "Fine." I don't believe that she would behave that way. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe her character would behave that way. I don't believe her character would be so dismissive about it because of everything her and Rachel and Dr. Loomis went through in this movie just a year prior. And so I don't believe that. And there was such a missed opportunity here to really dive into the relationship between Rachel and Jamie. And that should have been the heart of Halloween 5. Don't kill Rachel. No, that doesn't mean, I shouldn't say that you don't kill Rachel, but you don't kill her 10 minutes into the movie or 15 minutes, whatever it is, just so disrespectfully. And so like, she's just, you know, it should have been the heart. You know, it should have been the heart. I mean, maybe you kill her off at the end of the movie in some big epic way where Rachel sacrifices herself to save Jamie, you know, whatever. But not the way it happened. I love this here, this shot where you just see Loomis leaning over Meeker's, right shoulder. It's dimly lit. You really feel the darkness. I like that. I like films that aren't afraid to feel dark and to go there and allow shadows to be really dark and allow you to lose your characters in those shadows. I love that. Sandy Crystal sends in $5. Oh, thank you, Sandy Crystal. I really appreciate that. Thank you. $5 with a jack-o'-lantern and a butcher knife. Amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Where are we? Oh God, we're still streaming strong at 4 hours and 16 minutes. My God. I actually feel really hungry. I'm going to have a midnight snack. I'm going to have to. I'm starving. I had dinner at but I mean, doing a 4-hour stream and, you know, talking for 4 hours at this level. I mean, thank goodness I had Darren for the first 2 movies. Oh my God. I don't know where I'd be at this moment. My voice is going to be hoarse tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. I like that part of the Halloween soundtrack. It's good stuff. I do love this shot here when Rachel leaves and you see the mask in the distance. Oh, right there. Oh, that's good. I love that. That's good. There were some good things. This is such a better movie. Listen, there's things in this movie I'm not crazy on, but it is a better Halloween sequel than 5, and it's a better Halloween sequel than 6. I'll say it. I know Halloween 6 has its fans. I know a lot of people love Halloween 6. I still think it's better. Steve Ross says, Dave, I'm watching Halloween 5 after this. Wish me luck getting through it. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. I'm not sticking around. Hey, if somebody dropped maybe $5,000, I might, but $5,000. I'm just kidding. Rachel, are you all right? Figgity. What? What did you say, Dr. Loomis? Figgity. Dr. Loomis, I don't know what you're saying. I said figgity. That's where he'll go. Maybe nobody can stop him. I have to try. Oh, that's it. Maybe nobody knows how to stop him. But I've got to try. So great. And Brandon Collins says, I'll give you $5. No, are you crazy, man? This stream already is at 4 hours and 8. This is an epic stream. You gotta admit, this is pretty epic. This is pretty epic. I wonder how many views this show is going to get after the fact. I don't know. You knew they had something, you dumb bitch. Yeah, well, he may not be married, but they were dating. That you knew that. Fucking whore. Reese Wilson says, I'm watching the latest Frasier episode after this. Dave, have you been liking the new series? Oh yeah, that's right. I've watched most of season 1. I didn't realize that season 2 was out. Maybe that's what I'll do to wind down. I'm going to have a snack of some sort. Answer me, goddammit. Oh, but I did like season 1. I thought it was good. For a legacy series, it was charming and it was good with the nostalgia. I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. Sit there, Rachel. And listen, hey, Tony Michael, my Two Dudes and Some Bullshit co-host, he likes Rachel way better than Laurie Strode. Hey, I'll do that. There's a poll. Let's do it. Let's start a poll. Here we go. Oh, this is going to be... What are people going to say? Here we go. Oh, there's the poll. Notice I didn't ask who you liked better. I just phrased it this way. I phrased it this way just to have some fun. Who is the better final girl? Who's the better final girl, folks? It's going to be interesting. Cody Snyder, what's going on, Cody? He sends in $10. One of my great moderators says, favorite moment is the Michael Brady staircase showdown. That is a good moment. Sasha Jensen told me Wilbur came to him and suggested putting a fight scene together. Cool. I gave Wilbur a lot of credit. Music and blue moonlight. Yeah, it is. It's a good scene. It's a good moment in this for sure. Boom. Ma, 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 ma. I don't know. Some MTV. That dates it. Ooh. Oh, it's Michael. Good old Tom Morga. I don't mind. I like how he looks, how he moves. Shotgun through the torso. Oh, yeah, I like how Tom Morga looks. I mean, the mask, the eyes, the eyes, and that I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but I do like that. Oh, well, looks like Laurie's in the lead. Laurie's going to win just because of nostalgia and how many times she's fought Michael. But you know what? I would have been okay had Rachel survived Halloween 5. And Rachel went on to continue that. Like, imagine if Rachel survived Halloween 5, she went on to Halloween 6. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that would have been so fucking cool. Oh. Yeah, you'd fucking lose it. You'd fucking lose it. Holy shit. Bobby Hall says, I think I heard the mask in the shotgun kill was a different mask, and that's why it looks better. Oh, I don't know if it looks better. It looks like the same mask, just the eye holes. It looks like the eye holes haven't been cut out yet. But Morga looks great. His stature looks great. I like this line. We're trapped in this house. I love that line. Because he shoots the... God damn it, it's metal! What does that mean? We're trapped in this house. Such a great line. What does that mean? That's a trailer. That's a line you'd put in a trailer. What does that mean? We're trapped in this house. Halloween 4. Yeah, it's good shit. And there's Wilbur. Wilbur looks good too. I mean, he's got to be a similar size to Morga. Like, I wouldn't know it was a different person playing the character. But yeah, he's got the pads on. This is a good scene. It's a good scene. It's a good scene. Kind of looks like the bay window in the Billy house. A little bit. Logan Reynolds says, that's the difference. The eye holes. You can tell during the fight with Brady. Yeah. Oh, is it like that through the fight with Brady as well? Let me see here. Let me see. You might be right. Oh, the eyes. No, they look like they're more open. Hang on. Yeah, no, they're open. They're more open here than they were when he killed Kelly Meeker. Yeah, Mom, I'm on a diet. Do you want to oink her for a daughter? That's right. Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the rooftop scene was going to, like, initially they wanted to have it on fire, I think. And that would have been really cool. The logistics and safety and things like that, obviously, there was some, obviously, reasons why they didn't end up doing that. But yeah, I remember reading about that and thinking, oh, that would have been really cool. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Kenny says, yes, Dave, that's Rachel Carruthers for you. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're behind in the stream. What's happening with the poll? We've got 50 votes. Who's the better final girl? Ooh, it's getting close. 58% of you say Lori. 42% of you say Rachel. I think Lori's going to win. I like this as they're climbing onto the roof and you just hear so great. Very quietly. Oof. So good. But yeah, I think initially the roof was going to be on fire. Brandon Collins says Ella Cornell got really hurt on the rooftop scene. She got a nasty gash on her stomach from a nail that wasn't driven all the way in. Ooh, yeah. And this roof actually is only about 5 or 10 feet off the ground. This is not the roof of the house. This was a set that was built So obviously one of the carpenters didn't nail that in. I've never been a big fan of how Wilbur walks either. He's very Frankenstein, especially when he comes up over the roof and he's walking along and he's, I mean, I know he's on an angle, but. Alan Cox says, Dave, you got to use the restroom, don't you? I don't actually, no. I'm good. Yes. Like, look at everything they're going through. There's all this they go through. There's the pickup truck scene they go. Like, I mean, they're just, this should have brought them closer together. This should have brought them closer together. For like in a fucking sequel, I want to see how this relationship brings them closer together. And then something has to bring them apart, obviously. And I guess Dominic Arthini and Gerard thought, I'll kill Rachel. It's like, yeah, but nah. He's coming, Jamie, he's coming. He's coming. Brandon says, Dave's wearing a bladder condom and has been peeing this whole time, folks. He's literally sitting in a bedpan. Yep. It's true. Yep. I got urine all around me here. I got shit. There's all this shit all around me here. This fucking place reeks right now. Absolutely reeks to high heaven. Just stinks, reeks, shit all over the place. It's wild. It's wild. Folks, we've hit 4 hours and 30 minutes. This show has been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Amazing. I'm still going to have a snack. What you doing, damn you child? Wild. Dave is dedicated. I am. I'm sitting my ass down here for all of you. Let's go to the schoolhouse and check out Blonde Michael. Hold on to me while I breathe my bourbon into your face. I'm amazed. It is 11:42 p.m. and there are still 154 of you crazies out there watching. Awesome stuff. Absolutely incredible. Amazing. Yeah. I will be safe, young child. Don't worry. I'll give you a fresh bottle of bourbon. Oh, how anybody... I don't understand how nobody on set apparently realized this big blonde hair debacle. Nobody. I'm like, come on, man. Was this shot by like a 9th unit? Which obviously it wasn't. There's no 9th units. I'm just like, fuck, man. It's wild. It's wild. Rob Thidoff says, Dave, would you like to own one of the blonde hair masks from the H4 production? No, I couldn't care less. Movie Misfits Video says, also, I say Rachel is the better final girl. I don't like Lori as a final girl until H2O. There you go. Oh, we're getting close in the poll. Oh, no, it's not that close, actually. Lori is significantly in the lead. Only 66 of you have voted in the poll, and there's 158 of you watching. Fascinating. I don't want to vote. Here he comes. Run, Jamie, run! Oh! The fire extinguisher. Now, this was Morga, apparently, that had done that scene. In the school! Pull over, Earl! Yeah! Holy fucking shit, there's something going on in the school, Earl! My brother Daryl and my other brother Daryl. Yeah, let's get this bastard. Yeah, get out of Haddonfield. That's it. Let's do it. Bobby Hall says, I've heard various explanations for the blonde mask, and none of them make any sense to me. Same. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't understand how you make that mistake. As soon as the props master, or whoever was handling the props, brings that onto the set, and who was it? George P? Was it George P or was it Morga? And as soon as George P or Morga got the mask into his hands, they would have been like, well, where's the white one, guys, with the dark hair? Why is that even on his head? Whether it was George P. Wilbur or whether it was Tom Morga, why did either of them put that on their heads? What? What's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. Makes no sense. Michael Dammit sends in $5. Thank you, Michael. Says, I posted a video on the TSL page about the blonde mask a couple of weeks ago. There you go. Well, I've heard many different reasons. And like, Bobby Hall says, you kind of shake your head and go, okay, I guess. You know what I mean? I guess so.
Yeah, man, we're coming out of Haddonfield, man.
He actually kind of does sound like that.
All right, there's a Haddonfield substation about 4 miles down there. You got to go down there, man.
I wonder if that was his real voice, or if that was added in afterwards. Because you don't really, you could have ADR'd that. You could have ADR'd that. Danny Huckins PW says, Dave, if Donald Pleasance hadn't passed away, how many more Halloweens do you think he would have been in? He seemed to like the role. Oh, I don't know. He was already 75 when he passed away. So not too many. Not too many. I think he was 75. Not too many. There was somebody that said, that's a while ago, like if Donald Pleasance had been alive, do you think he would have, been the Loomis in Halloween Kills? And I'm like, Donald Pleasance would have been like 100 and when was he born? No, I don't think so. Donald Pleasance, let's see here. Donald Pleasance was born in 1919. So Donald Pleasance would have been 101. So no, I don't think he would have been in too many Halloween movies after that. Hang on, where is it here? There we go. Just trying to get back to my tabs because I opened up the other tab. Bum 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 bum. This is how Halloween 5 opens with this scene. Like, look at everything this duo is going through, everything that Rachel and Jamie have gone through. Yeah, man. It's got to bring them together, man. Got to bring them together. Got to bring them together. Ooh. Rob Thidoff says, they said Earl's son was killed by Michael. Is it safe to say Bob was Earl's son? Interesting. which would have been really weird because my father's name was Earl and I have a brother Bob. It could have been anybody. Yeah, see, I'm not a big fan of the shoulder pads, the way he stands up. Like, I can't say that I'm an overly huge fan of how Wilbur walks. So what was Morga doing that caused them to recast? Or maybe there's some other reason and that's just what they said. Oh, but I will say, I mean, I think that was a dummy, but Michael takes that fucking hit like a champ, man. Michael Myers takes that like a champ. Like a champ. Like a virgin. I love this shot of Jamie here. Just this close-up shot of her and the way she kind of furrows her brow just a little bit. Maybe not. Maybe it's not in her brow. No, right. Yeah, right there. Right there. She furrows her brow. And the eyes go like this. She goes like that. Like she's looking. She's looking. If that's instinctual from an acting perspective and she just did that, brilliant. If she was told to do that from the director, brilliant. She's looking at him kind of just it's very subtle. It's very nuanced, but I've always loved that. I've always loved it. Very mature for a child. Loved it. Love that. He's still alive. Get down, Jamie. Oh! My American friends who know more about guns than I do. What gun is he shooting there? He's fucking putting holes into Michael. Oh my God. I'm not crazy on the way, not crazy on that. It's over, or so they think, if you go to Halloween 5. Falls into a mine shaft, I guess it is. Power Packers 90. He's been a member for 14 months. Thanks, buddy. Sends in a member chat, says, I was late and went back to the start. Just heard sensual doctor stuff and had to pause everything and laugh. Oh, yeah. Folks, this is an epic show. This is going to be one of the big epic shows I've ever done. I mean, we're already at 4 hours and 40 minutes here. 3 Halloween movies, the Loomis Trilogy. Darren Sands of the Slaughtered Lamb Movie Podcast joined me for Halloween 1 and 2. You got to go back and watch this whole thing, man. This whole show has just been really fun and really epic. Michael Myers is dead and buried where he belongs. In hell. I like that. They'll survive this ordeal. They'll survive its memory. Yeah, Rachel's been through the ringer, man. But I'm telling you. Movie Misfits Video sends in $5. Thanks, buddy. Says, which movie handles the town of Haddonfield reacting better, H4 or H kills? Well, I don't know. I think Halloween 4 probably does it a little better. I think Halloween Kills is can get a bit cartoony at times, with some of the mob mentality stuff. I think I like what Halloween Kills was doing. I just think that some of it didn't quite work, obviously. Look at this, folks. Now imagine again if they had never made another Halloween movie. There's the scream from the mother. Oh my God. He looks, and there it is. Full circle. Look at low angle shot giving her the authority. Dr. Loomis, higher angle shot giving him the inferiority. He was going to shoot her right there. He was going to shoot her. He didn't care. He couldn't do it. He couldn't take it. And there it is, little Jamie Lloyd in the clown costume coming full circle, mirroring the beginning of Halloween 1978. What are they going to do? Oh my God, there it is. Yes, lower, there it is. The scissors rise up, cut to black, roll credits. That is the end. That is the end, ladies and gentlemen, and all you hear is just that soundscape, very similar to the soundscape that you heard at the beginning of Halloween 4, right? And the credits rolling, and that's it. There's no rock music that plays, no rap or hip-hop piece of music. Not that hip-hop and rap was gigantically huge at this time in 1988, but I just mean there's nothing that takes you out of the moment. They keep you in that moment. There's just this eerie soundscape when the credits rolling. They leave you with that feeling. They just leave you in that moment, ladies and gentlemen. Man, I'm telling you, yes. Yes. And imagine if they had never made another Halloween movie ever again. If they had never made another Halloween movie ever again. Folks, listen. This has been one heck of a stream. Again, big shout out to Darren from the Slaughtered Lamb Movie Podcast for joining me for Halloween 1 and Halloween 2. I really, really appreciate it. Of course, he's over in the UK, so it's, 4 hours, ahead. So it was very late for him. So I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody that tuned in. Let's check the final results of this poll. Just a little poll here. No surprise. 100 people voted. And the results are, who is the better final girl? 60% of you say Laurie Strode. 40% of you say Rachel. Pretty darn cool. Thank you to all the member chats that came in today, to all the super chats that came in today. I really, really appreciate it. Folks, if you are not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Because we're closing in on 30,000 subscribers. It's taken me a long time to get there because obviously, there's reasons for it, of course. But we're almost there. So please subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you to the member chats, the super chats, to everybody that tuned in tonight into this big, epic Halloween stream. The Loomis Trilogy. This is one for the record books. This is one for the history books. This is one that you'll probably revisit again and again. Happy Halloween, everybody. 2024. Happy Halloween. I hope it was a good one. I hope you ate lots of candy. You went trick-or-treating, or not. I mean, if you're an adult, but hopefully you took your kids trick-or-treating. You handed out candy, dressed as Michael Myers or whatever you were dressed as. It was Halloween 2024. Thank you for watching. You're all amazing. You know you are. And that's going to do it for me. If you want to follow me on social media, you can. All my links are in the description. Check them out until your heart's content. And when your heart is content, check them out again. That'll do it for me. And episode 291 of McRae Live. In the meantime and in between time, I will talk to you soon. Cheers.